morning, good people. I hope you're all eating blue, sleeping blue, waking up blue, and overall living the blue life. Today, we'll continue with the lineup building exercise. It's not been easy because we do some analysis, extensive analysis before selecting each player. We have a big squad, so it has not been that simple. Plus, that we have some news items lined up that we're going to talk about. Before we go into the lineup building exercise, uh, quite a lot because sometimes you bring up some topic that we didn't know was out there because we work together, the panelists and also those in the chat. So that's, by the way, I hope you're all doing well. Sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. People, welcome back once more. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. That is very important. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show once more. Again, I cannot say that enough. And please, as you're coming on this show, that you're dropping the likes on the stream and also subscribing to the channel if you haven't. And yes, we have a Discord server. I don't know. I'm not a master using Discord. I'm into technology, but that is one platform I haven't actually mastered how to use. But I did send the link to Glenn. Hopefully he's able to figure out how to join. Just give me 1 second. Let me share the link where the panelists can find it and join if they have time. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes, people, as you're coming in, make sure you're dropping the likes on the stream and also subscribing to the channel. If you haven't met my bro, Leon Lane, if you're watching, keep recovering. By now, I hope I keep praying for you. I hope you've recovered fully. If not, keep recovering. I wish you a quick recovery. Let's go. Yes, let's do this. Let's do this, people. He says, I need to be fed with content. There you go. Well, you get that until you are fed up. Not fed up, maybe, until you have a full belly of content. Good morning, coach, and everyone. Good morning to you. Olati Kupo, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much there. Has anyone seen Potter or our PR machines? I am not receiving any trust the process sickness. Bad reception must be. I can't say what's going on. I think his job is still safe. I know there are talks about what's his name. People actually are pushing, asking the club to go for Nagelsmann. But from what we're hearing, they're not talking to any other manager at this point. I think they give the man to the end of the season. And on other news also, the rumors are that Tottenham they've already begun talks with Nagelsmann. But I'm not sure. There's no way to confirm that. That is just me saying what I see out there. Up to Chelsea, coach, and everybody in the chat. Up to Chelsea, you too. I hope you're doing well. Emmanuel Asamoah, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join in the show. And sorry that Nightbot deleted your message. If you cannot read what you're saying, because it's just letters that don't make sense, it will delete it because it sees it as spam. And it's a machine, it's not a human being. So you don't feel like somebody deleted your message. Glenn, if you can, please share the link. I'm going to try to share it myself. I'm not sure if that's the correct one. For Discord, okay, I'll do that in a bit. Added you on Discord, brother. Oh, okay. I'll try to add you too. I'll check that later. Big up, Kachila. How are you? I'm doing well. How about you, Jesse? I hope you're doing well. Always nice to see all of you here. Just give me a second. Let me see if that particular link will work. I think it will. Just give me 1 second. Discord link. There you go. Yeah, you have it there. I think that one will work. So let's go. What else? What do we have lined up here to talk about? To me, the most important is this one here. Mason Mount, again, it just not, I wouldn't say because Mason Mount was watching, but that's also nice to see. Mason Mount wearing an N'Golo Kante shirt in support of his comeback today at Cobham. Thiago Silva was also there. Amazing to see the two players were there to support N'Golo Kante as he played 60 minutes in a club friendly against Charlton Athletic. That Chelsea beat them 3-0. That was nice to see, really. It gives us hope, which means Kante is ready. That's how I see it. And hopefully he'll be fully ready by the time we play Real Madrid. I think he will be, since he played 60 minutes and was okay. Probably that's also the process of taking it gradually, that he didn't play the whole game. So hopefully before the international break ends, he gets to play one more game or two. That would go a long way, because the plan, as Graham Potter said, there's a plan to play a couple of friendlies to help him get up to speed before the league resumes. So that's a good thing. Let's see what else we have here. That's the Discord link, and I haven't mastered how it works. To invite people to a Discord server, you can right-click on the server, and it should show invite people. Yeah, but the process is that you have to invite that person. I don't think you can invite the person if you don't know their username on Discord. If that makes sense. But that's why I'll practice even more. Rahayu, does Coach have a Discord server? Yeah, we do have a Discord server. I've sent the link already. Didn't you see it there? Big up Kuchila and the chat. Big up to you too, Chelsea, all the way. I hope you're all doing well. Reece James injured again. I did not see that anywhere, but I'm going to search anyway. Injured where? Did I miss something the day England played? Because I didn't finish that game. Let me know if I missed anything the day England played against Italy. Is he injured again? Can you elaborate? Maybe I missed it. So this one, I said it's more important because Kante is back, and I think he's ready for him to have played 60 minutes. That gives me hope that he'd be ready before we play Real Madrid, and I know he'd make a lot of difference. In this news here, Chelsea are in advanced talks to sign under-18 talent Alex Matos, born in 2004 from Norwich. Deal entering closing stages. It will be done on a free transfer with add-ons. English winger will become part of Jim Fraser's project and pushing for signing to build a top under 21. I don't know the kid that much, but it sounds like he's a good talent. But on a free transfer, that's excellent. Let's see, minor hamstring injury. Wow. I think it's safe to say at this point, until that changes, that Reece James is injury prone. So I can't wait for Mykhailo Mudryk himself to join us. Unfortunately, Gusto himself is in. He's just recovering from an injury. Hopefully, he's not like that too, because that's going to be a problem for us. So yeah, for James, I think you could argue that James is sent home from England camp. Wow. I am not sure what to say about James anymore, but I think he's still young. Hopefully he overcomes that with time, but let's see what happens with it. Let's see what happens in that case. Let's see what else we have here in this lineup. Mykhailo Mudryk. This one is some good news. It says Mykhailo Mudryk returned to Olympique Lyon on Friday to begin rehabilitation, reathletization. I haven't seen this one before on his hamstring. All I've been seeing is rehabilitation. During the next few days, he will undergo tests to determine when he will play again this season. Gusto has spent the last 6 weeks recovering with Chelsea. That's excellent news also. At least, hopefully, he's not that sort of player that every 3 games we hear that he has one problem or the other. I want to get your thoughts on Reece James' situation. What do you make of it? Should we start being concerned? I would say, for me, in my opinion, I would say no. He's still very young. He has a long way to go. I don't think it'd be okay to say that's a problem right now. But that's right away. Anything else you want to say about that? Or else we go straight into the lineup building exercise. To me, yep, Mel Augusto, good news. At least he'd be ready for the new season. The kid was signing here. I don't know him too well. N'Golo Kante, you can say that's the biggest news for us so far. He will. His importance for Chelsea cannot be overstated. He's that important, and I'm glad we didn't allow the Shops. I think the Shops himself will be considered because knowing that he was out for a while and probably not ready, and probably trying to condition his squad to be able to do well without N'Golo Kante, because I think they've really struggled in his absence. But that's, by the way, let me see. Yep, some other news here I want us to talk about. This one talks about Chelsea, saying Chelsea would love to extend Mason Mount. Will extend Mason Mount's contract, and they are working on extending the deal. Mount wants to stay, but under his own condition. That still makes it even more difficult. I hope he stays. As much as I don't think he's the best player at the club or the worst player at the club, I think he has a lot to offer. It's just that our fan base, once you're out of form or once you struggle for a length of time, they start counting you as a player who's not good enough for the club. But if he stays, he has something to offer. Is it Chelsea? I'm not currently speaking. The other one with regards to the managerial situation is that Chelsea are not currently speaking to any other managers. What we can say is that top clubs can prepare for the future project with Julian Nagelsmann. I wouldn't be surprised in the future if it was Chelsea or any other club. That is if he doesn't join Chelsea right now. So to me, if we can get him now, he will most likely join Tottenham, not Chelsea. And it's looking like that's what's going to happen because they've started talking with him according to rumors. But that's why, by the way, we move on to that. Given the Mason Mount rumors that the club, they're trying to extend his contract and Mason himself wants to stay, I want to get your thought. Do you really think it's going to happen for the fact that Mason wants to sign a new contract, but on his own terms? Do you think that is possible, or do you think they will find common ground, or do you think he ends up leaving? I want to hear your thoughts on that one. So we want to play back three with Reece James and Fofana injured. We still have Ruben Loftus-Cheek. He's played very well there in the right wing back position, and Trevor Chalobah he's done quite well in the right centre back position. But the fact that it's becoming more apparent that Graham Potter doesn't trust Trevor Chalobah, there's a chance he reverts to a back four. But we're not sure. And James' injury, I don't think it's long term. I think it's something, given the way Glenn phrased it, minor hamstring injury, you think that maybe in a few days he'll be back. I think at least that's how I see it. So yes, people, if you're watching, if you haven't, keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes to go a long way, and I don't have to be putting up poll every day to remind you to like the video. Yeah, so Potter is going to hit a back four and get his D's and L's. I don't think so. Here's the thing: I would still argue it's a mental thing. It wasn't like the back four, the back three structure was what changed everything. No, the truth remains that the issues we observed when we played with the back four still exist when we played with the back three. If anything, I think the difference is that we have the wing backs who you could argue some of the best attacking options in the team. So yeah, they helped going forward, and still. But the truth is that the issues persisted. So it's just a mental thing. They felt like the change helped, and when it's in your head that the particular change helped, it does help. Big up to you too, Eugene. I hope you're doing well. Todd Bowley by the midfield and don't speak. Yeah, you're something like Mourinho now. I hope he can extend Mount instead of buying Felix and then sell Mount in future. That's a solid argument that some people feel like the club should keep Felix. and sell Mount. If we can get them both, Felix is different, Mount is different. I wouldn't mind really. But that's by the way. We move on. Sheila, how are you doing, Sheila? I hope you're doing well. Hello, everyone. Good to be back here, and always nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Let's see what else we have here to look at. We can play with the back four now when we have Enzo, Kante, and Kovacic fit. I want to get your idea as to how the structure will be and who plays where. Dominic, Maximilian, and Neche, nice to see you. My Niger, bro, I hope you're doing well. People were just at 14 likes. While we have 33 people watching, we can do better than that. Please keep dropping the likes on the stream. Let's get it to 100 as soon as possible. Coach, top of the day to you too. I don't get fans shouting that TT was the best thing to happen to CFC and we are doomed. I don't think so. He had the best team at PSG, but only made UEFA Champions League final at the season of wow, really? Is that how you see it? That's your opinion. I think he's a good tactician, but I'm not into you can say crying why he's left. I've moved on from that, and I really do want to move on. I don't want to be dwelling on that much, and I will keep watching. I will watch Bayern Munich's game even more just because I like Thomas Tuchel, but I get it. So they have every right to feel like that. That's how I see it. Hi, Coach. I'm getting pissed off with the Reece James's injury crisis. Just very prone to injury. Yet he's a crucial player. I hate injury-prone players. I think he can still overcome that. At least that's what I believe. Some players don't. Some players do overcome that. Maybe we have to again. Maybe we're better at playing him in the fullback position rather than wing-back position because it just seems like whenever he gets to do a lot of running, it becomes an issue. But I'm not sure where Southgate deployed him on today. It turned the day it turned out that he has a minor hamstring injury. But we move on from that. I hope he can overcome that because he's a very good player. Big up to everyone. Smash the like button, people. Let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. Thank you so much. And if you're on Twitter, you will see a tweet with regards to the show. Please go ahead. Take a second and retweet that so that more people can learn about the show and join us. And let's continue the excellent and enjoyable lineup building exercise that we're doing because we don't just plug in players. We do analyze the players' ability, their preferred position, how the manager want to play, and how well they've done before plugging them on into a certain position. So, yes, thank you for more content. Exactly. Smash the like button. Brilliant channel up the Charles. Francis Winters, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. Let's see what else we have here. Even if he plays at Chelsea, who told fans Potter will lose to him? Should we beat Madrid? He has never lost to TT. That's a solid argument. Plus, the fact is Chelsea is the entity I support. The day we get to play Bayern, I want Chelsea to win, even though I like Thomas Tuchel. Except if they're playing some other team, then I will support them. It's as simple as that. And there's no telling what's going to be the outcome of the game. But we have a bridge to cross at this moment, which is we have to overcome Madrid. They have a bridge to cross also, which is they have to overcome Manchester City. If that happens, then let's start talking about it. And I'm not believing that they're going to beat us, mop the floor with us until the game is played. If it's not played, it's not played. It's as simple as that. Anything can happen. We have a good enough squad to carry the day to beat them if we get to meet. I suffered that last night, Glenn. Yourself, one empty save. What suffered what last night? What am I saying there? Suffered what? Did I miss anything? Can you please educate me if I missed anything from what you're saying? But more importantly, I hope you're okay. Let me put up the poll. It looks like the poll makes a lot of difference. So I want to get your thought on N'Golo Kante's return to full, to match fitness. He plays 60 minutes, which means he's match ready. Your thoughts? What do you think? Do you think he'll be ready to play 90 minutes by the time we'll play Real Madrid? I think he will. I think probably Graham Potter will use him sparingly, not play him too much in between games and before the Real Madrid game. I think he'd be hoping that he'd be very ready to play against Real Madrid, if that makes sense. Let me see. I'm going to start a poll here. The poll does help with the likes. So let me know your thoughts. I'm waiting for your thoughts on what you make of N'Golo Kante playing 60 minutes in that match. Just give me 1 second. Let me put up a poll here. Yeah, I know the silence is deafening. Just 1 sec, 1 sec, 1 sec. All right. Almost there, please. There you go. Yep, let's get back to it. Let's see what we have here. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I just got caught in a heavy rain, coach. I skipped the raindrop like cover under pressure. Oh, okay. It's not a bad thing. Look at Sheila laughing at me. So I'm waiting for you. Your thoughts on Kante being back. I've explained what I thought the manager would do. He tried to use him sparingly and not to overuse him to risk any sort of injury, because the most important game right now for us is beating Real Madrid. I get it. All games are important. The game against is it Villa, Aston Villa? Yeah, yeah. And then the game against Liverpool, they're all important, but the most important game of all, most definitely the Real Madrid game. We need to overcome them to progress to the semi-final stages of the Champions League. So your thoughts, let's see what we have here. It says Lavia for 50 million plus who? 50 million plus buy, you can say by Fabrizio Romano. Okay. Arsenal, Chelsea, and City, we get them. You need to sell Gallagher and Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Here's the thing. Why? I don't think. Yes, I think what Gallagher stays, especially if Mount leaves, because Gallagher is the only player in that squad who's able to offer what Mount offer, which is the running and the pressing. But I don't want to see him anywhere deep, like playing as one of the 260s. He causes more confusion than help us stay coordinated. And that's why I've argued whenever he comes on, we lose coordination rather than actually do well. And then he ends up being, the manager ends up being blamed for making the wrong changes. He can do better, but I don't think if playing him deep makes any sort of sense. Maybe as an 8, but I really want him to progress because I think he can become even better. I am still wary of his comeback. I like to think we have 85% Kante for playing 60 minutes. You could say that 30 minutes off, so around, around that 85, 60 minutes. That's probably more than 85%. I'm not good at doing that off the top of my head. But you say, yeah, 85% is good. I'm against players who can do only one job. It's a suicide for us and predictable for opponents. Good argument there. It can also be a 3 hybrid. Okay. A 3 in attack and defensively we go 4. Maybe. I think Graham Potter likes to do that. So there's a chance he reverts to that approach. Coach, judging by the last game, it's better if Potter does not have to bring on Gallagher as a sub. I'm not sure. I think I have to watch even as I've rewatched the game, I'm still not quite sure what his role was, really. I'm not sure, but I can argue it wasn't for the intent. Again, it wasn't for him to help see out the game. That wasn't the case. I think most people misinterpret that. As much as I still have question with that substitution of Potter's tactical abilities, I would still say bringing on Gallagher wasn't because he wants to see out the game. I think it was for him to contribute attacking wise. But he tried, but I think he still did cause a lot of confusion rather than help us coordinate the game in a 4-3-3 structure. Wow, okay. Running and pressing are part of being a football player. Yep, that's very important. now I'm sounding like Roger. It's very important, but you have to have more to your game for managers to value, for more, again, for, you could say, a more tactical aware managers to value you, because if that's all you can offer, sometimes they see you as just a player they bring in sometimes to just come and run and press, if that makes sense. It's the composure, passing, and goals that this team needs. We need a lot of that, and we've been struggling in front of goals, so we need to start scoring goals. But yeah, let's see what this team is able to achieve. So yeah, what else do we have to talk about? Nothing else there. We go into the lineup building exercise. We're still in the 3-4-2-1 approach. We're still going to go into 4-2-3-1, which is and then we're still going to do the 4-3-3 structure too. But let's try and complete this one today, at least before we go into any other thing. Any other emerging news, any other news you've seen out there you want us to talk about, you go ahead, bring it up, and we will talk about it. Let me see if it's anything here. Let's see. And yeah, the news that Mount, the club, they want to keep him. Yeah, somewhat good news, but it's still an issue that he wants to resign for the club, but on his own terms. I think that's a huge stumbling block, if you ask me. And the other news is that Chelsea are faced with a battle to keep Anthony Barry, as Tuchel would like to work with him again at Bayern. I still don't believe that. Tuchel hasn't even been Bayern Munich manager for just 2 minutes. And the news, you can say, they started pushing the narrative that Tuchel, just pushing the news for clicks, that Thomas Tuchel would want to work with him again. How he even went before it was official, even before Bayern made it official, the news emerged that Thomas Tuchel would want to work with Anthony Barry again. I don't think that there's any truth to that. At least give me a few days. If you start saying that, then maybe I'll start paying attention to what you're saying. So to me right now, it's still absolute nonsense. Attacking wise, Gallagher over Mudryk or Noni? Wow. No, not over any of those guys. What was the secret thought in Porter's mind? It's like a poker game where we surrender cards but aren't able to see that out, to see what were the cards. Yeah. There was no clarity what Gallagher was on the pitch to do on the day. It was just more confusion. Big up to you too, Bobby. I hope you're doing well. And Bobby says, smash the like button, people. Subscribe and support the channel. Thank you so much. The likes do go a long way. And like I said, if you're on Twitter, if you haven't, please go check out the tweet. Check out Just a Perspective Twitter account. You will see the tweet with regards to this show. Please share it so that more people can join us here in the conversation. Morning to you too. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Nashford, I hope you're doing well. Chelsea Odway says the problem with Gallagher is he lacks awareness on what is around him. And that's why I'm not in support of him playing deep. Let him play around the 8th position. He can get you goals, whether you think he's not the most technically gifted. He can get you goals. He can also, sometimes I can actually create good chances. And the pressing up top does go a long way for any team. He has that energy to do that. But playing him centrally, especially in the deep lying role, I don't think it helps. Barry is a defensive coach. Yep, I know that. A set piece specialist. Let's see. Is Reece James injured again? That's what they're saying. He has a minor hamstring injury. It's becoming a really, really concern for me. But he's still young. I still believe he can overcome that. So I'm not sure what he has to do to overcome that. Please let Chelsea have a fit squad to play Real Madrid for a change. I think maybe that will lead to playing Reece James sparingly. Maybe that will help us ensure that he's ready to play the game against Real Madrid. But that's, by the way, will join once I get off the road in a while. Okay, all right, bro, take your time. Thank you so much for finding the time to join. Yes, people keep dropping the likes. We're 20 likes right now. We should be doing better than that. Hamstring coach is busy doing his work. Yeah, but we've had 2 hamstrings in a row since he joined us. But I'm not sure the hamstring coach. What is his work? Is he is his job? Is it his job to maybe to introduce a training exercise that ensures that no player gets a hamstring injury? I'm not sure. Or is it to assess players and see if they're prone to such? I'm not sure really. So I'm not sure what to make of what to say his job is. So that's why the way we'll move on. Come back to this particular structure here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else new here to talk about. Yeah, we've talked about Chelsea's interest in David Raya, and yeah, this one is again, it's garnering. You could say it's swearing even more. The news that Chelsea are interested in signing Alexis McAllister from Brighton. He's a fine player. He's played alongside Enzo Fernandez, and the rumors are that his current transfer value is around 37 million pounds, and that Chelsea, a conversation between Chelsea's new recruitment team about midfield have been frequent. So it looks like the club are interested in signing Alexis McAllister. But we'll move on from that. Let's get into the lineup building exercise. But today is Saturday, so we're not going to be in a rush to finish today. Hopefully, we'll finish the 3-4-2-1 structure. Let's see your thoughts there. What do we have? His job is to manage hamstring. Still, that doesn't make any sort of sense to me. I know probably he has something important that he does for the club, but I don't have a clear understanding what that is really. Let's go on here. It says, are we sure we're appointing a human hamstring? We're appointing a human hamstring specialist and not a veterinarian. I'm not sure really. But like I said, I'm sure he has a very important job that he does for the club. For how he does it, I do not know. Enzo is a 10 rating player. He adopts immediately in the team. Mudryk is more than 2 months in club. So the difference of quality, Mudryk needs time also. So I think he's going to get there. Let's see what we have here. Coach, it will be a good idea to put in an Excel sheet on the screen which lists all players which are in line for those 3 positions. It's important so that we don't miss out. I don't think we'll miss out. With the knowledge of those in the chat, the panelists, I think we will not miss out any name there. Roger, quickly, big up to you. More importantly, I hope you're doing well.
Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Good afternoon to you. Almost good afternoon there. I hope you're doing well, brother. Always nice to see you, and I hope you're well. More importantly, overall, any news I want you to talk about here? Yeah, I wanted you. N'Golo Kante played 60 minutes. How do you think we should use him to ensure that he's available for the game against Real Madrid?
Sparingly.
He plays. Yeah, it's not easy to say whether maybe just give him 90 minutes here and there, whether it's a risk. I don't know. I'm not a fitness specialist. He plays 60 minutes, so that means he's match ready. But how do you think we should use him to ensure he's available for the game against Real Madrid? Because he will make a huge difference. I know you're the one that has actually preached that the most here.
He's a game changer, coach. I actually, believe it or not, I was watching some a YouTube channel about Chelsea, and it showed there was like a 5-6 minute how should I put this, where it just showed nothing but Kante, and I'm like, wow, and I'm like, wow, we really miss him. The moves he makes, the tackles he makes. There's no one that does this at his level consistently. He's a game changer, coach.
He is.
Yeah, he's. I think he's our best player in our team, regardless of position. I really do. When he's healthy, of course, I think he's the best. That's no disrespect to James or Silva or anyone. I think that's why I think it's so disingenuous to grade Potter against any other team with his record or anything, because I just realized this recently. He's never played for Potter.
He hasn't, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he played 1 or 2 games. He was actually injured before Potter arrived. So, and then you know, I'm being serious, and I would say that about any future coach that comes along, and if he's playing at a high level and he's not available, I would say the same thing. It's just he I think we really truly have to use him judiciously.
Hmm.
He's been flogged like a dead horse. I mean, no disrespect to Tuchel, who I absolutely love, and I wish him all the best, with the exception of when he plays against Chelsea. I think he's
Hmm.
an immensely elite coach, but he used him to the extent where I don't think he put his health as a priority. And I understand the
You
position.
have to blame the Champs too.
Yeah, yes, of course, the shot. Yes, yes, exactly, 100%. And then I think we can say also, Frank. I mean, listen, when you're in that position, especially under the previous regime with
Hmm.
Roman, it's like you have to win. You just have to. So what do? You use all your bullets available in your arsenal. Arsenal. Do you understand what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
have
yeah, I'm
to.
with you.
And because he is a game changer, and I get it, but and if you don't and you lose a game, and then that happens occasionally or more consistently, your job is on the line. Your neck is on the chopping block. So I understand where these managers, the pressure they're under, which is immense to win. And what do? They're like, well, you know what? Shall I rest him? Or, you know, so I get that. It's easy for us to blame these managers, but when you try to put yourself in their shoes, I get it. However, these players, they're human beings.
They're
And
not machines.
exactly, well, machines break down also, depending on
Hmm.
what context you're looking at, and their bodies break down. And I think going forward with N'Golo, this is what we have to do. We have to sit him down and say, listen, NG, we know you're a great player, etc., etc. Listen to your body. Only you can tell us how you're feeling. If you believe that you can go, do so. But then it behooves the coaching staff and the senior management, ergo the head coaches, to say, okay, come up with a spreadsheet. We're going to use this amount of minutes, regardless of the scoreline, each and every game, where you put together a plan. Because they do that for every player, regardless, anyway,
Hmm. Hmm.
based on their medical condition and criteria. So they need to do that and they need to wrap him in cotton wool, basically, because I'm going forward. You know, I think they should plan ahead accordingly and use him specifically and train him where he's at peak performance for these big games. I mean, that sounds rude to the rest of the players, but we need
Hmm.
him because he makes a difference. We don't win the last UEFA Champions League without him. It's that simple.
All the trophies we've won since he
Yeah.
joined us, we
Yes.
couldn't have won any of them without N'Golo Kante being available.
Exactly, coach.
And one thing people don't understand, no matter where he plays on the pitch, even if he starts as number 9, I haven't seen that happen. Even if he starts as a number 9, by the time the game ends, if you look at how we played, especially defensively, you'd still end up saying, "Wow, look at all the defensive work he did." Even though he
His
played
heat
as a
map,
number 9.
coach.
Yeah,
His heat
exactly.
map. Yeah.
Yeah,
Coach,
his
also,
heat map. Yeah, his heat map goes a long way to explain how
coach,
again effective he's on the pitch, and that begs the question: will N'Golo Kante still be the same without this space? That's another argument for
coach,
any
we
other
have to.
day. Because
I,
yeah, go ahead.
I think Potter and the coaching staff need to sit him down and maybe restrict him and say, listen, not just the minutes, but in how he plays. Because if you watch him, he is all over the pitch and he reads the game.
No
His
matter where he
his
starts.
his football intelligence is at an elite level, obviously,
Yeah.
because if you watch him, but I think they need to sit him down and say, listen, you need to modify how you play the game if it's
Hmm.
possible, so that you
Hmm.
don't expend yourself too much.
Yeah, but the question remains: without the amount of running he does on the pitch, is he going to be that effective? I think he will be that effective, but
I think so,
it would
coach.
take
I think
time
to a
for him to
certain extent.
readapt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
think
will take time for him to readapt. That is to still to learn how to play without doing so much running, because it's just something. It's second nature to him.
it's
Once he sees
innately,
the
yes.
situation, he tries to be at the right place at the right time. To save the situation, which means that in most cases, inadvertently, he runs more than he should be running. But maybe if the manager charges him to be more reserved, not to run, stay disciplined, don't run too much. I think now is the time. Kante started as an 8, and is actually traditionally an 8 because of his ability to win the ball back. Is being used as a more defensive player than he is an 8.
He's
So
misidentified often,
yeah, he's
Coach.
misidentified. But right now, as he's aging, I think he's still end up being one of the best DMs in the world because of his
Listen,
abilities to read the game. His tackles are excellent. Rarely gets crowded, actually. But go ahead
very
with what you
rarely.
were saying, so I can catch up with the chat, and we'll move on to the lineup building exercise.
Most players, especially from the midfield going forward, what the older they get, the longer in the tooth they get, the more that they have to adapt their game. They drop deeper, etc. I think this needs to apply to N'Golo also. I think that's critical. Because you're right. His innate ability, it's human nature for him. He reads the game. I think he has to adapt going forward. If he wishes to elongate, excuse me, his career, if he wants to extend his career to play for a longer period of time, I think his normal game is not conducive to a long career because of the amount of mileage he puts on his body. Because listen, his injuries are what hamstring probably more than anything. It's muscle injury. So I think it's imperative that he does that. And I think, and hopefully, he can still be as effective as he normally is. That's what I think. I think he's a game changer. And if we can get 2 to 3 more years out of him at an elite level, I think
Mhm.
you'll see the difference. Once he comes back, you'll see how different we play. And we can progress in a 4-2-3-1 with him and Enzo there.
Yeah. I hope he readapts his approach to the game. I think that will make him to elongate. That will help him elongate his career, because he's in that category of players. Even in their late 30s, they still be very effective, but they
Yes.
have to gradually readapt again, change the way they play to account for the fact that they're no longer in their 20s or early 30s, if that makes sense. Big up, Roger, my friend. How are you today? I hope you had a nice breakfast. Some question there. What did I miss from the beautiful game? Talking to Glenn. Glenn, okay, Everton, Everton. That I can't say that word. It's a good idea. Cause Reese,
Veterinarian.
yeah, veterinary. Okay, thank you. Has that Reese has that in him? Okay, let's see. I get where that's coming to. Says
Coach,
N'Golo Kante could be fit already before Madrid. He's already fit. The question is, how are we going to manage him not to overplay him before time? Because it's that important. If he plays one game and Graham Potter says, "Wow, this is what we've been missing," that's a chance he plays him against Real, against what's the name, against Liverpool, all the other games we have before then, and then we're in serious trouble. You wanted to say something, Roger?
yeah, Coach, are you concerned about Reese?
I'm beginning to be concerned.
Yeah, I am
It's
also.
it's too much. We're not sure, but it's still young. That's what gives me hope.
See, the
I've learned that
previous
young players
injury,
can actually. Sorry.
the previous injury was a bit of a fluke. It was the equivalent of a contact injury because
Hmm.
he hyperextended his knee. That could happen to anybody. But
Yeah.
now this seems like a non-contact injury. It seems like a muscular injury. And
Hmm.
he seems to have a lot of them. He really does at a very young
Yeah. It
age.
is one thing. It is the other thing. Yeah. It's
When's the
everywhere
last
really, and it's concerning.
he's never played a full season without missing games due to injury, has he?
Hmm. Yeah, it's concerning. It's concerning. Let's get more of what we have in the chart. Let's see what do we have here. Spurs will be speaking with Nagelsmann. I thought the rumors are that they've started speaking with him already. Let's Spurs take him. I want a more elite manager. I still have the young coach PTSD from MVV. Yeah, MVV, actually, that's funny. His coaching career is something. It's comical, really. And now he's into car racing. I heard,
Really?
and I read somewhere. I think something like that. After that Porto, was that a fluke? I don't know whether to call it a fluke. They won the league without losing a single game.
Yeah, I mean that's impressive, coach. Listen,
That's impressive. That's not easy. Yeah.
No matter what league you play, whether it's a Sunday pub league or anything, that's seriously impressive.
It is not easy.
No,
it's seriously not easy. No, it's not.
Coach,
yes,
my first year coaching in AYSO in California, I was 1-10. I won 1, lost 10. Trust me, I know.
I'm never going to start talking about that. You were the one that brought it up. I think.
Seriously, it's hard. It's hard.
Oh my word! Let me catch up with what we have in the chat so that we can move on to the next one. Go ahead, Roger, if you were still saying something.
No, not at all. It's just like that's an impressive.
Welcome back, Roger. Hope you had a good vacation, spending all that Porter retainer money. Big up to you to the blue tip again. I hope you're doing well, brother. Let's see. We're good in midfield now, even without Kante. With Kova and Enzo, to be honest, but Kova doesn't deserve fans like us. Kova is a fine player. Here's the thing: the combo is missing something. They are excellent offensively, but defensively we suffer when the two of them are the pairing. I think we need to mix it up a bit.
I love Kova.
I love him so much. He's one player I would never want. I don't want the club to sell right now. And whenever he has the armband, whenever he has the armband, he's a different player altogether. And you can see how he has that leadership. He leads by example, more importantly. Is Reece James injured again? The rumors are, again, the report is that he has a minor hamstring injury and has been sent home from the England national team camp. So, he's injured again. Reece James injured again. That's everybody is going bananas about that. They're going like, what? Reece James again? When FC Bayern buy Kova, you will understand how his football IQ is. We're not going to sell him. The club wants to keep him, except if he wants to leave. That's what we heard. I think they understand he's important, and I think Graham Potter likes him. Yes, Reece James has a small injury again. And you had to add small to it, really. N'Golo Kante is back now. They're working to get him to switch it on. I guess that's what you're saying. He played 16 minutes, and on that game, from the highlights I've seen, I think he was on fire. I want to see our medical rooms because players love to return their. They have PS5. What's going on? Yeah, you could argue that. You could argue. It just looks like they enjoy staying there. Every now and then, boom, they're back there.
It's an abnormally high turnover rate of injuries we have. When you compare yourself to City, if you look at the amount of players that they received with historical injury records, like Gundogan had a back problem. I don't mean to jinx anyone, but Haaland, he's had problems injury-wise prior to coming to City. Since their arrival, they've always maintained a high level of health. You have a look for the most part at City's injury rate is very low, coach. Very low. So they're doing things correctly. Whether that's luck due to genetics of the players and precautionary or a combination of everything, maybe a combination of everything.
Do you think that the amount of injuries we've had? I think we also have to consider the amount of games we played at one time when we had the Club World Cup and every competition, plus the condition of the pitch also. But I'm not sure.
Coach, it's no coincidence that Liverpool and Chelsea played 63 games last year, the most in Europe, and both teams this year have been beset with serious injuries. I don't believe that's a coincidence. I think we're pushing. Listen, and with these internationals and these friendlies, it's the human body at the speed and pace in which they play and the physicality with which they play. I think it's pushing the human body to its limit, and I think we're overworking them. It's that simple.
I think we'd be better off playing Reece James as a right back, not a right wing back anymore. Honestly, maybe that will go a long way.
But
we have a recreational. Yeah, go ahead.
But he's so good going forward, not only with his shot making ability, but with his crosses.
Yeah, but we don't want a situation where he plays just 2 games and then he's not going to play in the next 5 games.
Then he should be subbed, after 60 to 70 minutes each game.
It's a complicated situation overall.
It's a fine balance, coach. It's a fine line, But listen, I think they should get maybe independent people to come in and review what Chelsea is doing medically, whether it's a combination of minutes or their rehab, their medical staff. Something needs to be looked at because it's inordinately high.
They need to research it and see, or maybe because if they do, they will find out why it's been like that. I get it. They're good going. Like I said, they're good offensively, but we suffer defensively, and I've tried to explain. Yeah, but I like them both, but we have to mix it up. Maybe make it a midfield 3 and add one more person that's more defensively minded, and then that would be the balance. But with the 2 of them together, they're excellent offensively, but defensively, a lot of problems.
Well, with the 4-3-3, coach, you have Enzo, Kova, and Kante. That's pretty sexy.
That's a good balance. That's sexy. That's a good balance. Yeah. But in a 2-man
coach.
Yeah, in a situation where it is 2-6s, the 2 of them, there's still a problem there. I don't like to hear James is injured, no matter how small it could be. Best right back in the world. Unfortunately, he is. You can't change that. My Niger brother Akande. Nice to see you here. Yes, people, if you haven't, drop a like on the stream and also do subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, we have 32 likes. We should be doing better than that. Let me quickly try and catch up with what we have in the chat. So finally, Eugene, you will agree that Kova also has the dog in him and not only good IQ. Okay. Cannot wait to see that combination. Enzo, Kante, Kova. Yeah, I think 3 of them can play together. But what yep, 2 of them can play together. It will be excellent. Noni is another to watch out for, a young sharp. I think he will get his chance. But Kante cannot go and face Real Madrid without playing more matches, but not too much. Not too much, really. I think he needs a more match of fitness for the Madrid game. He does need that, but that doesn't mean he should be playing 90 minutes before that game in particular. In every other game we have in between before that one. Kante or no Kante, meet Potter coaching mediocrity, well play out. Kante deserves all our love. Okay, and my bro, Adebayo, you had to take it to Potter. Sure he will. Let's see what we have here. How true is Eden Hazard coming back to Chelsea news? We've been talking that for about 30 years. That hasn't happened. And I think, I'm going to say what I said before. I think we're better off leaving him there because every time he wins something, I'm not sure whether that has an expiry date. Every time he wins something, we get money. It's a payday for us. Yeah. And plus,
I hope they win everything apart from the Champions League every year. I hope he plays to his 40 there.
I hope so. Let's say you could say, but maybe that may well be tied to number of games he plays in that particular competition. Are you sure that's not one of the reasons why they're reducing the number of games he's playing in the Champions League? Because clubs do that. If they feel like they can do without him, why risk paying a club around 10 million plus or even 5 million because a player played a certain amount of game? But that's, by the way, 1 in 10. How the hell did Roger get a job as a lawyer with those stats?
It's actually worse than that. It's 1 in 11. It's 1 win, 10 losses. It's actually worse, mate. Oh, man. Yeah, let's not go there. Coach, are you there?
Sorry, I muted it. Todd Bowley, sack Potter, and get Julian Nagelsmann. Okay, why don't you like Bowley? Because you think he's the one telling Potter not to start Mount. I think so, and you said that the other day. I love Kovacic, but it's time to go, really.
No.
I want better midfielders who can pass, and move all day long with dynamism and vision. This ball carrier is nonsense. You're the one calling it nonsense, really. There's more. Here's the thing, and Kova can actually become better. He can actually start getting us goal given the way Potter is using him. He's not the player that gets into the box that more often, but on the ground, Potter, he does that now more often and can get us more goals.
Kova,
If that makes sense. There's more. It's not just about, again, ball carrying. The way he carries the ball, if there's difficulty on the left-hand side, he finds a solution in that very tight space on the left-hand side and moves the ball to where we have space on the right-hand side in a progressive manner, not just going back or sideways.
Yes.
I think I don't have to argue, but that's your opinion. And in my opinion, I think we should keep Kovacic.
Coach, listen,
Yeah.
I really love Kova's spatial awareness and the way he turns on the ball.
Yeah, that's the term, spatial awareness. Yeah.
Yeah, the way he turns on the ball. Do you think Kova is underappreciated?
I think he is, but not a lot. I think a lot of Chelsea, but a lot more Chelsea fans know his importance.
I appreciate
but
him.
unfortunately, even some content creators don't understand his game, don't understand what he brings to the table.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Because I've seen some, as much as I want us to keep him, I want us to keep him out. I've seen some prints that the club should cash in on Kova and make sure they keep Mason Mount. I want the club to keep them both.
Exactly.
Because I understand what both brings to the team. But unfortunately, some people, again, have made up their mind. I'm not just going to get into that argument. But like I said, Chelsea all the way, that's your opinion, and I'm entitled to my opinion to say I think otherwise. I think he's one of the most important players we have at the club. Coach, I didn't know Potter coached Nigeria during the break. Just go away. Just go away. Yeah, Nigeria sucks right now. They have the players, but I'm not sure what's gone wrong for them. Big up Kachila and Roger. What's going on with Reece James? A minor small hamstring injury. I think I'd have Glenn tell you that maybe it would be enjoyable. But big up Bobby Fairview. I hope you're doing well. At first, I thought it was Reece's build, but then again, his assistant doesn't seem to have these issues, and she is very similar. Yep, they have very similar body structure. I don't think it's his build. Nagelsmann game system, the spare, frantic running, prison obedience, and waiting for the opponent's mistake in order to score an extremely small number of created opportunities per game. Wow. Then, given how many goals they scored in all the games they've played, they must be efficient in front of goal.
Yeah,
Coach, maybe Bali rehired Eva Canero, hence the frequent sick room. Just go away. Just go away.
She is cute.
Yeah, Roger, City don't do many chicken runs. They are tactical. They tactically pack the balls in all positions. Hence they don't need to hire a hamstring coach. I get where the argument is going. I think Pep is very good at. I think in my observation is Pep if he really feels like you're going to give him so much trouble, it takes time to study the passing lanes, the preferred passing lanes of each of your players, especially your back line. He studies that quite well and finds a way to stop you from, getting the passes to the players that will help the team progress the ball, which he did to Thomas Tuchel on 2 occasions after they lost to us in the Champions League. Yeah. Let's see what else we have in Nagelsmann. Don't go to sports. Nagelsmann, an extremely big problem against teams that run a lot. Don't get caught. Okay. Vivel and Nagelsmann worked together at Leipzig. That's why I've said before, that's a chance he suggests him. That's a chance we get him. So, but let's see what happens. Anything else here? Greetings, Phil R7. I hope you're doing well. Always nice to see you. I think I'm going to skip quite a lot here. There's quite a lot of comments in the chat here, and I can't get everything. Phil, I hope you're doing well. I agree, Roger. That's what he's talking about. 4-3-3. Yep. 4-3-3 will be the structure to still have Kante, Kovacic, and also, what's his name? Enzo Fernandez, if that makes sense. So let's see what else we have here. Anything else? Chelsea and Nagelsmann is a dream rocket. Bobby is for Nagelsmann right now. Wow. Yeah, he wasn't at first. First I'm a Chelsea fan, then I'm a Mount fan. Thank you for saying that. But you always be objective when you talk. Potter is crap manager. We have seen that.
Objection.
Okay, ask. Yeah. ask yourself why didn't it work out with Nagelsmann at Bayern? Sure, wasn't the result.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it. Thanks,
So,
but no
so
thanks for
coach,
me.
did you
Yeah.
see? Did you see? What's the Italian chap on Marcotti? He was saying that it's not a footballing issue; it's a personality issue. They don't get on. Oliver Kahn and the other chap don't get on with Nagelsmann.
But why
Um,
hire him? Even though he took him,
and they
why
gave
don't
hold on.
let him finish
They gave
again? Get through the season. At least he has a chance of
coach. They
winning the
gave him a
Champions League.
5-year contract, and they paid 25 million euros for him to get him out of his contract with Leipzig. I think
That's cheap.
25 million. Are you serious? I mean, and
From,
then
you
they
know
get
why
rid
I'm
of
saying
him.
that? How much did you hear we're going to spend it for fire Potter?
Yeah, no, exactly. But listen, how much did we pay for Potter for early exit to compensate Brighton? I can't recall.
21 point something. But I really don't.
Yeah.
We don't want to open that Pandora's box. Really.
No, of course. But I mean, I was astonished they fired him. I really was. I still am. You know,
It was to me a surprising decision. Really, we're not sure what sort of issues do you have with your manager who's done quite well. Really, although his started life at Bayern wasn't smooth, he struggled a bit during but that's by the way. We move on from him. Kachilakova carries the ball to where he progresses the ball. He's practically the only player that plays when opposition press us aggressively. Yeah. And maybe here's the thing, if that's your opinion, like I said, I respect that. Who carries the ball at City, Arsenal, Man United, Man United midfields and does Enzo carry the ball? I'm not sure how to answer this your question. Here's the thing, it's your opinion. You said you think we should cash in on Kova, and I think we should keep him. And I've told you why. I think there's more to, again, him getting more assists and more goals, player getting more assists and more goals in football. And he doesn't play as an 8. He starts from deep. It's not, if anything, it's a hybrid of 8 and 6. He starts playing from the deep, if that makes sense. But I'm not sure how else to respond. If anybody else want to, Aurora, if you want to, do you want to respond to this if you're there?
Who, me?
Aurora. Can you hear me? We can't hear your mic. We can't hear you. So you can come in whenever you fix your mic. I'm going to highlight that particular comment there. Big up to you too. Let's see. I understand. I understood you meant where, not. I understand. Yeah, your phone tried to help you type something there. This is negative side of Nagelsmann and also character, but I wouldn't. But I would want him. I'm not sure. I think he fits very well. He fits the project very well. Plus, he was the owner's first choice. That was what. I think your mic is on mute, Aurora, if you can hear me.
Yes, it was on mute. Sorry.
Okay, it was on mute. Okay, so yeah, do you want to respond to this one here? We want to get through to what we have in the chat before. And welcome to the panel, by the way. So you were able to figure it out yourself. Your thoughts, if you can see what we have on the screen.
Yes. So my thought with Kova is that Kova, yes, you need to look at the productivity in terms of end result. If that's what you're looking at, then I mean that question really is valid. Where to carries the ball to where, but you can say the same about most Chelsea. It's always the end product. So I don't think it's a function of Kova. Rather, it's really about finishing and all of that. Because I mean, you carry the ball and you make a pass and there's nothing happens. So it seems like Kova is doing all of that ball carrying, but end result, end product. And to be honest, to be fair, Kova too, he has been in several positions to at least because at some point it seemed like all Chelsea players, all Chelsea midfielders, we had no midfielder that could take a shot, from distance. None. I mean, on a team like Chelsea, you have no midfielder that can shoot. It's poor. That's really poor,
So I know. Let's say, what if I ask you this? Any positives? Would you say what Any positive do you see from Kovac?
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Kova. I mean, I definitely don't think we should sell him. Definitely not, because
So
we.
you value his
Oh yes,
contributions as a player, yeah?
most definitely, I do. Most definitely, Kova is not one that we should sell. If we do that, I believe would it will be. I don't want to say bad, but that would not be a good thing. Definitely would not be a good thing, because you see, these you cannot downplay the role of these certain key players in Chelsea. Yes,
Hmm.
things are not going well right now, but to play down everything, and it's not about getting a new shiny toy, and that's when things will work. These are players that they are ingrained in the system, they're ingrained in the Chelsea culture.
Hmm.
To just wave them away when, of course, their value is still very much needed in the team. So I think Kova should stay, and I don't think we'll sell him. Actually, that's my
Hmm.
that's
And this is suggesting from Bobby suggesting that Richards might need a surgery to correct it permanently, just like Kante. Yeah, I think he may well have to do that. But Roger, do you have to add anything? You have anything to add to the cover talk?
I think with the question of where does he progress, he brings the ball through to the line that either passes it to,
He's always progressing the ball, however he moves.
yes, this is what you
Either
have
getting
to
it from
do.
where, getting away from the crowd,
Yes,
or making sure. Yeah, but go ahead, Roger. Sorry, I don't want to do a tapping on you.
no, usually he'll basically he'll retrieve the ball, come deeper from either Silva or one of the defensive linemen, and then he'll progress the ball through the actual line and pass it through to either a more advancing midfielder or through
Hmm.
to a winger, etc. That's where he progresses the ball. Very rarely do you see him pass backwards. He advances the ball a lot more. And when the fact that he doesn't pass it through the lines, he does occasionally, but he actually takes on players, and he's because of his spatial awareness, he sees where to run with the ball and then passes it off. And that's an important quality. And he's also, don't forget, he's all two other very important aspects to Kova's game. One, he's a very good tackler. Yes, he lacks speed. I concur. However,
Or doesn't read the game so well, but whenever he gets a
sure.
chance, he can stop you from doing damage. Go ahead.
Exactly. And also, equally as important, he's got leadership qualities. We are a squad, not a team, a squad that's lacking leaders. And he's one of the very few leaders we have. So that's another important commodity with which he possesses, in my opinion.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for that. Greetings to everyone, Coach, and Ramadan Karim, and greetings to all my Muslim brother. I'm not well acquainted with what event it is right now, but I think he mentioned that there. But that's, by the way, Nagelsmann is not going to stand up to Bali. I don't think so. I think he will. If he has a personality issue, which means he's stubborn, which means he's not a yes man. That's probably the reason why they fired him.
Well, no, don't forget, Coach. Nagelsmann wasn't out of the 9 last Bayern coaches. He wasn't a Bayern player. He didn't come through the system. He was what is called an outsider. Ancelotti,
yeah, exactly, because they have that there.
Right. So you look at Ancelotti, Pep, and who was the chap? Van Gogh. Not Van Gogh. What's his name? Man United's former Dutch coach. He coached
Van
there
Gaal.
also. Yeah,
Louis
Van
Van
Gaal.
Gaal.
Yeah, and they're looked at as outsiders. They very much look for inside, and they treat their coaches when they're outsiders very differently.
Yeah, let me try and catch up. We have to go into the lineup building exercise as soon as possible. Rich James, frequently injured, is now disturbing. Frequent injury is now disturbing. I am glad we bought Gusto. Hopefully, Gusto doesn't again have the same issue. He went skiing, and it's all went down from there. Unfortunately, Todd Bowley have his ownership module, so we can forget Julian Nagelsmann. Harry Potter is his
Do you think so?
Don't do that to me.
Do you think, Coach, that the owners, Bowley and Egbali, Do you think they may be thinking, should we get Nagelsmann, or is he out of their radar?
Something Declan explained yesterday, that he was their top priority, but he wasn't available. And he fits the project. He used to, again, what Declan mentioned, the Red Bull model, which
Right.
Vivel was part of. So it would be more like getting the whole team that made something work somewhere over here, if that makes sense. So they wanted him. So, but are they willing to say, okay, you know what? Let's forget about Potter now. This guy is available. I don't know. That's a chance if Vivel could suggest him because they worked together at RB Leipzig.
Right.
Correct me
Yeah.
if I'm wrong. Yeah, like some of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coach.
So,
Coach.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you see, it is unfortunate that, or would I say unfortunate? But what I see here is that Todd Bowley and his team, they know they've made the wrong choice. It's just owning up to it and changing that decision. It is clear to anybody that knows football, anybody. Potter is not going to get us to where we want to go. Because if at the end of the day, Potter starts this project, I'm sure in their minds they say, "Oh, okay, let him start the project, and when he gets here, maybe we'll look for." It's clear that this is over his paycheck or whatever. It is clear to everybody. The earlier you make that decision, the better. That's why I think I said it before that. Look, let us avoid the debacle that was preseason last season. Let us get our ins, our outs early. That includes the coach. Because we will start this all over again. Oh, the coach is trying to get to know the players. They are gelling, they are this, they are that. But I tell you, the earlier they make that decision, the better. If they make it, this season is gone. Let's not kid ourselves.
Oh
This season
yeah.
is gone.
It was gone a long time
So,
ago.
yes, so it's better if you're going to make that decision, be ruthless. Look at what Bayern did. I mean, it's not even. They know. They just did not. Tuchel was there, and they did not want any opportunity for somebody else to grab him. I'm sure they've been having this issue with Nagelsmann for quite a while, but they were kind of waiting for the right time, and they did it without just quick. So this idea, because it's obvious Bowley and the team, they are not football people. It is clear in certain decisions they make. They want to override football people. Yes, they are the ones with that write the check.
Define football people,
Yes,
please.
I should define football people.
Yes.
People that have been in the game, people that understand the way this the structure.
So name me an owner that is a quote unquote.
No, I can't give you names.
Person.
No, we're not going to do that. It's not about.
No, but it's true though. Virtually all owners
Mm-hmm.
are not football people, as you say.
Yes, but they lean on football people for the key decision. I mean, it's like you being the head. If you own an engineering company, you don't have to be an engineer, or you don't have to.
Sure.
That. But the thing is, when you are making key decisions, let the football people give you the advice to make that decision.
So you mean like a technical director or a football director?
Yes, but it's obvious they are overriding the football people. That's what I mean. You get it?
They just only recently installed those two technical or football directors.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
The decision to sack Tuchel was. Do you think that you? I mean, it's not. I'm not for whether to Tuchel in or Tuchel out or whatever.
Sure.
But the decision to sack Tuchel, do you think that was a good footballing decision?
Negative. Absolutely not.
Okay, so that's exactly what I mean.
Tuchel. No.
That is more of.
I believe he wasn't fired because of his football record or how he was going about his job. I think it was to do with personal reasons. Okay. They didn't get along.
So, but do you think at that time they could have, allowed him stay for a while? Because of course you're looking at the overall interest of the business, right? Yeah. So for footballing decisions, let's leave him for a while. Let's get here and before we do this. But they didn't do that. They made a decision because remember see, look at the period which Tuchel took Chelsea through. I don't think any Potter, I don't think would have been able to do that. We came from the worst era in Chelsea history. Management
Modern
change,
history.
ownership change. We had, I mean, it even started from the time of Frank Lampard. All of the, ban. I mean, that was when Tuchel came in,
It
and
was ugly.
he kind of steadied the ship, brought the players together, and we're still able to achieve what we did as a club.
He did a
So when
remarkable
these guys
job.
just jumped into it, yes, they are coming with all the financial muscle and everything, but I mean, so far it's a bunch of appointment, this, that. I hope that we begin to see the fruits of all of this building this structure. It will
Yeah, I hope
take
so.
time, I know, but I just feel they should lean more on football people when it comes to decision making. They make the decisions, right? But when it comes to the advice, they should take more of the advice from the football
From
people.
from
Well,
yeah,
I'm
from what
hoping they
I think,
do.
the fact that they've hired what's the
Win
Vivell job again?
Stanley and Vivell.
Technical director, right?
Vivell and
They're
Win
still,
Stanley.
sorry.
Win Stanley and Vivell.
Yeah, I think they're working towards that. The rough was start. I think things will stabilize, but I get where your contribution is coming from. Nagelsmann was not getting the best out of the squad, and Bayern did what elite clubs do. Okay, some argument there. Kovacic had only few weaknesses: final pass and scoring. Both can be remedied. Stop using the kind of words I can't pronounce. Both
Remediated.
can be
Coach, you know,
remediated. He's a very good player. Go ahead, Bobby. You were saying something.
Coach, you know I'm annoyed. That's why you don't want me to talk. What is this absolute, utter, total, and complete garbage? Garbage. What is this crap? I
What?
About
mentioned
what?
this thing in the last stream that we had. These fans, they come on. Oh, the owners want to override football people. Rubbish. Garbage. They appointed football people. Whatever happened between them and Tuchel, sorry, I love Tuchel just like everybody else, but something happened. Get over yourself. They got rid of him for reasons that most of us don't really know, and they did it before your likes of Morgan Stanley there, Roger.
Win Stanley, yeah.
Before your likes of Win Stanley, Vival, Lawrence, and all that came in. But some people just want to attack these owners. I don't get it. These guys have not been at Chelsea for a year. They've moved heaven and earth. Excuse me. Sorry, I've been driving. I've just had to pull over because of this. I don't like this narrative. I really don't like the narrative where when people don't really know what else to say, they start attacking the owners. Oh, they haven't done this. Oh, they've done this. Oh, and then you start inventing things. Who told you they don't listen to football people? Who told you that? Nobody. It just came from you.
It's an
I'm really
assumption.
upset with this. I'm
It's an
really upset. It's
assumption,
not
yeah.
true.
Uh,
Not true at all. Look
well,
at Bayern. Bayern fired Nagelsmann via
Let him
Twitter.
drop.
okay, go ahead.
Bayern fired Nagelsmann via Twitter. Crickets.
Yeah.
Tumbles. Nobody's talking. If it's Chelsea, we'll hear about it for the next 20 years. Stop it. Stop it. If you're going to attack anybody, at least tell the truth. Damn.
I hesitant, Bobby. Go ahead when you drop.
No, I've dropped. I'm still driving. I just had to pull up with all these. Oh, they fire football people. Man, that really gets my
You're
back
very
up.
tense. Please drive carefully because you're very tense. What I wasn't going to say is again, that's a Rolo's opinion, and I wouldn't call that an attack. I have to be honest, that wasn't an attack. He's just saying, and he said he hopes everything comes together. And then when he got done speaking, I said, look, we're hiring footballing people, and they're still going to hire one more. This will what they're looking at. What's his name for director of football campus? We're in contact with him. We won him. We won the top names in terms of football decision made from a footballing perspective. We won the top names. We're not going for everybody available. Maybe we're waiting for Campos and the other guy that works with Liverpool, whom I heard we reached out to and he didn't want to join. So I wouldn't say it was an attack, but Roro, if you want to say something,
Yes,
that's
let
why
me
we're
respond.
here to have a
Bobby,
conversation.
how you doing? One of my most respected people on the panel, but I think you kind of misunderstood what I was saying.
Yeah, sorry, I'm driving and listening. I'm listening. I just got a bit triggered. That's all.
No. Of course,
I'm
you're
not-
one
he
of my
understood-
favorite
Look,
people.
Bob, if you can hear how he speaks, you're sure he's not taking it personal, and that's
No,
why
No,
we're here.
he's a top man. What's his name again? I know this guy.
Erroro.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's the voice. No, he's the
Yeah,
top
go ahead,
guy.
Erroro.
So Bobby, what I meant, of course, I see all of the good things that the owners are doing, and of course, we acknowledge all of that, right? But like I said, sometimes it feels a bit like how Trump hires lawyers and still
wow.
goes out and does his own stuff.
Erroro, let's not use that reference.
Trump?
Okay.
Let's not
Sorry,
use that
no,
reference.
let
It
me
could come
let me
across.
put-
It's gonna drag us into politics.
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
no.
Sorry,
Now
yeah.
it's getting worse.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go there. But
Yeah,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
trying to say is that they behave like typical owners. They are doing a good thing, no doubt, but they behave like typical owners. They have the business in their head. They know what business is. They make decisions based on how it will improve the business, and we see it. We see it in the hiring of key people in key places. But what I was saying is that it's obvious that most of these things have not kicked in yet, right? It hasn't kicked in yet. We'll begin to see all of when they put all these people in place, we'll begin to see. But for me personally, the decision, of course, we have gotten over Tuchel. I was never about Tuchel in or Tuchel out. It's a decision, they took it, and we move on. Of course, that is clear. But what I'm saying is that I see a situation coming where they would make a decision on Potter because I think it's coming. Honestly, I think it's coming. They will make a decision. In their heads, I feel that they already think that, oh wow, maybe this was not the best decision. But I mean, to correct that, they're trying to stick to, oh, okay, we've made this decision, we're going to see it through. But it will come a time where it will not be tenable anymore, and they will have to make that same hard decision. And that's what I see. I wasn't trying to attack the owners that they did this. No. The owners have done
No,
well.
and I actually sense it. It wasn't an attack, and I'm sure, Roger, do you sense an attack? We're having a conversation here.
It wasn't an
I
attack,
think
but I see how passionate.
I
I've
think
seen it.
I
I'm
think attack is
experiencing
the
his
wrong
passion
term.
live.
I think it's constructive criticism, and I respect that. But Bobby has a valid point, because that's why I said, when you said football person, and I used it in the quotation, that's why I wanted to say, because most owners, especially when they purchase a new sporting club, whether it be an NFL team, a basketball team, a football team / soccer, these that was for you, coach. These owners, they usually want to bring in their own people, whether that be a football director or sporting director, a head coach / manager, or the medical team, etc. They usually want their fingerprints on the club, their DNA spread all over. That's not, and whether that's in sporting outfits or in business itself, when a company or an individual takes over another company, they usually do that also. So it's inherent. This isn't the exception. This is generally the rule.
Yeah. Sorry, Roger. I mean, you know how much I love Chelsea. I don't mess with my club. And by the way, before I might need to log off and log back on, Iroro, top man, good response. However, I think if I was an American, I would actually vote for Trump. He's a lot better than the chaos and madness.
No, but Bobby, let's not do that. I didn't allow him use that reference. We're not talking politics here, please. We're not doing that. We're not campaigning for anybody. It's going to get me into trouble. Please, brother.
I dropped that because he dropped something that didn't make any sense. I've never gone political.
And I got him to drop it. He didn't use that reference. Please, let's not do that, please. Please, I beg you.
But you know what? Getting back to football, gentlemen, I honestly feel that about Potter, whether he is the right person or not. Listen. The joke is I'm his attorney, just as a joke. It's pure humor. The reason why I
No, it's
defend,
not. You are his attorney.
I wish
You got the retainership through the post.
I wish, Obed. The reason why I stick up for him is whether it be him. Let's say it could be Nagelsmann, the next person, or whomever, coach A, B, C, D, etc. I believe that historically, the Premier League, and especially this team, Chelsea Football Club, have been too trigger happy and don't give a manager / coach the necessary time, which I believe would necessitate for him or her to be successful. That's all I've ever preached. That's all I've ever wanted. I just think that, like, for instance, I'll give you the example of who's the Everton coach that then went to Man United. I thought he wasn't given enough time. I just think we're so trigger happy, and in Potter's case, he's operating under adverse conditions. You name me another Chelsea manager that were missing 11 starters. Please, I beg you, name me another Chelsea manager historically that has been in these conditions. And we're talking about elite players like an N'Golo, like a Reece, like a Silva. These are huge, big starting players. And at one time or the other, they have missing. Listen, I think it's 54 games that only Reece James and Chilwell have started together in the last 54 games. That's 4 times out of 54. That's obscenely poor. So you have to give a coach, regardless him or her, the chance to prove him or herself over a certain amount of games, because he hasn't had that luxury. He's missed so many players. Listen, injuries is part of the game. We all accept that, but not when you're decimated. That's my whole point.
Yeah. Let me catch up with the chat again. If there's any other topic, if not, we'll move on to the lineup building exercise. Cover is 29, injury prone, no end product. How does that help Chelsea going forward?
Is he injury prone?
And I don't think he's injury prone. Actually, you answered that. He was overplayed under Thomas Tuchel.
Yeah.
If that's how I see it. Some Chelsea fans who really don't watch the game, they watch Potter's shoes instead. His turtleneck suits. I agree. Cover is the top player. I agree with you on that one. Yeah. I agree with Chelsea all the way a lot, but in terms of Kovacic's argument, I truly disagree. Because Nagelsmann, that's from Bobby, had a personality issue with Oliver Kahn. It doesn't mean he will have a personality issue with everybody.
He was an outsider there, coach.
Like you explained, yeah. Kova has to rotate with Enzo. That's how I see it too. That is, if we're gonna be playing with 2 6s. But given the fact, something Eugene Nutti suggested, and I think Roger mentioned in the 4-3-3 approach, I think we can have the 3 of them. We can have Kante, Kovacic, and Enzo Fernandez, and like Roger explained, that will be sexy. That will be delicious to see. 2 of them are excellent. Enzo Fernandez and Kovacic pairing has been excellent offensively, but we have issues defensively whenever you have the both of them. Nagelsmann underperformed at Bayern. We do not need a 35-year-old to come about rebound his career at Chelsea. There's some argument. Let's not compare ourselves to Bayern. I think we shouldn't do that. If I were Potter, I would be relishing the potential to meet a TT in the Champions semis. Either way, it ends the result that should be decisive. Yep, helping Chelsea decide what to do. But here's the thing. I still think if we meet him, I know Bobby thinks Tuchel doesn't overthink, but I think I've seen him overthink on occasions when he was Chelsea's manager, just making some unnecessary change.
Coach, can you imagine if we do let go Potter and we hire Nagelsmann and we beat Real Madrid and Bayern beat City and we play Bayern and our previous coaches are playing each other's teams? That'll be a very weird and uncomfortable scenario, I think. Don't you agree?
It would be interesting. Let's see. Nagelsmann recorded more public fights than headlines. Okay, that's one. Saying Bolly and Co. want to override football people is utter garbage. Okay, you've spoken about that on the panelists. So this argument about football people, we just played out, just fired their coach. They had football and people around. Was it a good decision? No, it wasn't. But again, like I said, that wasn't an attack. It was constructive. And Roger did ask us some constructive question too, which he got a good response, and he paid attention and listened. We're all entitled to our opinions. If that makes sense. Hi to you too, Lusula. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. I like this new panelist. Not only is Bobby meddling in the team, I knew it. I knew that Bobby got a new team member. Roger, correct me if you didn't think that. That contribution from Orolo, I knew Bobby Fairview would love that. Sorry about that. Not only is Bally meddling in the team affairs, he's appointing people that do not have elite pedigree for a club like Chelsea. Why? Because they say, yes, then. I want to say this. If indeed, and I know Roger knows I've said this a million times. Excuse me, guys, I'm still recovering. If indeed Potter is a yes-man manager, then he's not a Chelsea level manager. I don't think he is. Because I get it. The owners sometimes could suggest something. Do you think if you do this, it will help? But he has a final say with regards to what player he selects. Yeah, so I don't think he's a yes-man manager. If he is, then he will never be a top-level manager, if that makes sense. But I get where you're coming from, the aspect of their meddling. That's how I see it. Correct me if I'm wrong. When you say it's football people, what is trying to say is they have no knowledge of the game. I think that's what he's saying, and I understood that. But they have the money. So they can get the best scout and technical advice, and then they're doing that. And I tried and I explained that to Arolo, and I'm sure he now understands. But he's just saying, hopefully the mistake they've made already, it doesn't last, maybe end somewhere. But yeah, Bobby will always be Bobby, if that makes sense. Bayern just fired the coach with football people. This argument about football people is not okay. I get it. Arolo probably seen more of what it is like. To be on the panel. I hope he has a good idea because
I actually did not realize it would generate so much.
No, that's fine. That's why we're here. We're here to learn from each other. You present your opinion, I present mine. Except when it's fact, then I can say you're wrong. But as long as it's an opinion, I'm not wrong. Nobody is right. It's as simple as that. And then if I'm open-minded, there's something to learn from what you said. If you're open-minded, there's something to learn from whatever I'm saying. Bobby straight off the bench. Yep. Bally never wanted Tuchel from the beginning. Okay. Bobby is wrong again. Bally is meddling in the team affairs, and we will not do better until that is addressed. I really want you to elaborate as to how he's meddling in the team affairs.
Yeah, that's a very abstract statement. Where's the specifics?
Yeah, I want you to elaborate, Bobby, if you're watching. Bobby talking about Bobby. Yeah, go ahead, Roger, if you were saying something.
Yeah, so you've stated something. Where is your specificity? Be specific, please, because that's a very loose statement.
Okay, says Bally said that in his interview. Good day, Choma. I hope you're doing well. Fire it, Bobby, and Bobby is fired today. Yep, but it nearly went into the direction I never wanted. Constantine Dante, bip, bip, bip. I hope you're doing well, brother. Big up to you, Constantine. Thank you so much for finding the time to join in the show. I know what happened. Bally said their vision did not match Tuchel's hands. Why he was sacked. Make your mind up. It could be anything. It's whatever. There's also something else that came out later where I learned that from Roger, specifically saying something to the effect of, if any of us were the owner of the club and Tuchel did what he did, you'd fire him too. I know, but I'm not going to say I would fire him without knowing what he did.
No.
So there's so many.
Agree. Yeah.
There's so many versions of what people think
Coach,
the reason people think he was fired. Yeah.
It's not about. It's not. Of course, I mean, if you own a business, you will make tough decisions. It's
Sure.
not about firing him. It's about what you do after you fired him. What was the plan? What you understand? Every other thing with the club, they are doing all building the structures, building what they want to build. But the person in charge of the football aspect of it, you fire him and you make the decision to hire something less than we had. That is the issue. It's not even about Potter. It's about they could have chosen any other coach in the world, But but like I said, time will tell. All of this we're talking is really none of us have specific on anything. It's just
no, none of us.
speculations.
Yeah, assumption, opinions, and all that.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yes. See, listen.
Again, it's a fun show. Bobby brought the fire, and I like the way you responded calmly.
Listen, Coach. Tuchel was let go for whatever reasons. They're entitled to do that, even though I'm so against it because I would love Tuchel to be our manager, but that's not the case, unfortunately. And then they hired a replacement manager, not based on his heritage, not based on being an elite coach, because he's nowhere near an elite coach. They hired him based on the way he interviewed, and more importantly on his potential, his ceiling level.
I think we've talked about it 1,000 times. They think they probably felt like he could do better with the crop of players we have, or what players were capable of signing. Yeah, go ahead, Roger. Sorry for doing the
that's the reason why. Listen, Potter may not.
And it could have gone either way. There's a chance by now we won every game without losing any under him, because that's the first for everything.
Listen, only time will tell whether Potter is the right person. It's like the Man United board members hiring Alex Ferguson with a very small resume by comparison, just basically being a manager of Aberdeen, being a Scottish club, which, with all due respect to Scotland, is not an elite. It's not a top 5 European league. Does that make sense? So it's like you have to start somewhere. Now, this chap, he could be a bust. However, in X amount of time, he could be the person that is indeed relevant to this project and be successful. We don't know. They hired him on his potential, nothing else, on his upside. I think it's too early to give an opinion based on, do you think he's the right person or not? That's my whole point. I think it's far too early because of the circumstances with which he's been given, and that's not his fault. A lot of it. Has he made mistakes? Of course he has. But then you can say the same about virtually any other coach also. So that's my whole point. That is, I'm not a Potter in or a Potter out. I'm just saying it's far too early to base that opinion. That's my whole point.
Potter's gonna end up firing.
That's my whole point. I'll be the first to say.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I'll be the first to say he's not the right person in X amount of time when he's been given enough games to manage a team with the right amount of players. Right now, you're in
purgatory.
Yeah, I'm on the fence because it's too early to give an honest opinion. That's my belief.
So
the truth.
Let me ask a question quickly.
Sure.
When do you think? We know that there are injuries. There's this. There's that. How long do you think it will take to figure out if he's the right guy or not? Are we just going to be?
I would say at a minimum by next Christmas, maybe the end of next year.
Really? Now till next year, then we'll find out if is the man really that long?
You asked, and I gave an honest opinion.
Okay,
you asked him. He gave.
That's true. Okay.
All right, here we go. Big up to the panel. I hope everyone has been good. Coach, how many Rojadinho red cards did I miss? I think the Bluetooth again will update you quite a lot. I think some we've had tense discussion, but all good. It happens when this passion brings fire to the panel. And I think people enjoy that as long as nobody takes it personal. Where are traffic cops when you need them? Bobby, check your mirror.
That's funny.
I watched the TT's intro press conference this morning. I haven't watched it really, but I've seen a few flash. Again, I've seen, but I didn't really pay attention. A few tweets about that. People raving this is what they're looking, comparing him to Potter and all of that. But I haven't looked into it deeply. Bobby, well, he says that's him. Holding the owners accountable might have something to do with being in a third position in April. Nigeria lost to not Namibia. Lost to Namibia, but not Namibia. I think it was. I think it was Guinea-Bissau. It was Guinea-Bissau with the same here. A big player shines for a reason with good players around him. If Chelsea want him, you have to see who fits him or he will flop. Well, have I said that before? I don't know. Bobby needs to respect people's opinion, particularly when he's being wrong on it's his own opinion. I wouldn't say his own opinion is wrong, but if you feel like he doesn't respect people's opinion, you can say, yeah, he doesn't respect people's opinion. But I wouldn't say anybody's opinion is wrong. I would just present my own opinion. But I get where you're coming from. Wow, Bobby brings the fire to the volcano. Boom, you love it. Okay, enjoy it. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. There's quite a lot here. I'm going to miss quite a lot. What is going on? I think what you're hearing there, it could have gone down. We could have been talking about elections right now. How would they stop that? Unless a biblical style plague sweeps through the Madrid squad or UEFA employs a diehard CFC fan as a ref, I cannot see there being a romantic reunion with Tuchel in the semis. But it hasn't happened yet, and I still believe we can win them. We have a good enough squad to win them. That's how I feel. What is happening here? A bit of tense, not tense exchange. Aurora, all credit to him. He handled the situation well. Passionate, passionate. And had Aurora responded passionately himself, I think he would have tensed up, if that makes sense. The result of Bali DNA is 10th place, and there's no end in sight to the mismanagement. Okay, on this, on one thing is clear: the owners have not passion and soul for football. Okay, we'll see. Bobby going out with a bang. I am collecting receipts and clips on everyone. I meet you at the end of the season. So you tell us you said this, and I'll tell you I said this, I said the other one too. You can make a profit without trophies. You cannot. I don't think you can make a lot of. You cannot make a lot of profit. It will just end up being sales of merchandise and all that, and ticket sales. You need to win to attract big name sponsors. But if you understand what I mean, I'm going to move on to the very bottom. We have quite a lot here. Trophies are our business. We're not the bank. Okay. But it's business for the owners, and they cash is profit. Banks don't do charity like us. I'm so sorry about the cough, guys. I understand the Potter is not going anywhere, at least to the end of the season. But come on, man, you're still defending Potter. We had 2 wins in 15. He's not defending Potter. If you've heard him say he's not Potter in or Potter out, but he's in the middle, trying to be as objective as possible. If that makes sense to you.
The circumstances.
Yeah, based on the circumstances. Yeah, and I can't say it last. He said it. I usually like to do that, but I haven't learned how he talks properly. The problem with Potter is that he is tactically mediocre. Wow, the changes he makes, the decision he makes during the games, etc. And Bobo, I hope you're doing well. Roger, can you guarantee Potter can get a Chelsea top 4 from where we are?
This
from
season,
what you've seen?
Top 4 has been gone since Christmas time. And if you've been
since 2011, actually.
Seriously,
Yeah.
top 4 is not possible. It has, yes, it is mathematically, but it's unrealistic because of what transpired this season.
Yeah, Chelsea to like. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but the thing for me is, in all of the games, it's not about whether we win or we lose, but have we actually played well? Have we seen anything to say, hey, I mean, this is
A
Chelsea.
few games.
This is Chelsea. Yeah, but and how many? This is Chelsea we're talking about. That
Chelsea has
have a
used the
1-0
most amount.
lead.
Yeah, Chelsea has used the most amount of players in Europe. Period.
No,
Why
it
is
doesn't
that?
matter. That doesn't
No,
matter.
it does
Let me
matter
ask you
because
something.
of because
Let
of
me say-
continuity, because of
Okay, let me
injuries
ask something.
prevent him.
What were the tools that Tuchel had? Going back, I mean, I'm just using Tuchel. It's not because of
Sure.
anything. What were the tools that Tuchel had when he came in? I mean, he could have made all these excuses. Oh, we have injuries, we that.
I can answer that
But
question quite easily.
This is a practical. I mean, when we're talking practical, we're not talking practical that we are playing at home against the bottom of the table team and we're defending a 1-goal lead at 60 minutes into the game.
Sure.
And we're packing everybody in, and we bring in Gallagher to run around, just run around. Gallagher has energy. We know that. But is this really the Chelsea thing? Is this the emotional intelligence that we said we were going to have? I mean, what is really going on?
So you asked me several questions there. The first question is what did Tuchel have? You use that as an example. Well,
Yes.
he had N'Golo, he had Reece, he had Chilwell, he didn't have Silva, he had Rudiger. He had these players that were fit throughout the whole season. You have a look at. So you're saying about parking the bus after you've got a 1-0 lead.
They were not fit throughout the season. No, that's not correct.
No, I'm saying for the most part they were. When he was successful, they were. As soon as Tuchel, as soon as Reece and Chilwell got injured, Chelsea were on top of the table just before Christmas. Once they both were injured, we never retained the top again. We sunk lower. So these things matter, but bring things into perspective. This isn't an opinion; these are facts. Okay.
All right. Here's what we're going to do.
Situations.
Sorry.
Errol, you want to add anything? Because I really want to catch up with the chat so we can go into the lineup building exercise. Go ahead, Aurora.
Yeah, I said you can't have perfect situations. You can't say Reece and Chilwell because no, there's no. That's why you are the manager. That's why you manage.
And so then Tuchel failed. Tuchel failed also then because he lost his top spot. And it's because of injuries. And it's not my opinion. If you listen to virtually every expert on television, whether it be BT, Sky, TalkSport, ESPN, they all concur the same thing. Those injuries were significant.
Yeah, but remember something.
No, there is no but. So with all due respect, there is no but. There is no disclaimer on that. Otherwise, you put a 7-year-old in the lineup with a great manager and you'd win everything. There is no but. That's irrelevant. All
right, let me catch up. I really want us to move on from the manager talk. We're here to build a lineup. Errol, you want to say anything else?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see what we have here. Would you take Nagelsmann at Chelsea? I don't know if it is right to say this. I think it's not that simple. We have to look at a lot of things. But to me, sorry.
Do you like Nagelsmann? I don't know enough.
I liked him from his Leipzig days. He emerged onto the scene as a young manager, and he's done well. He hasn't actually done. He hasn't. It's not like he's done badly at Bayern. Like we've heard, the situation is that he fell out with the hierarchy.
Yeah, I asked because I don't know much about him, Coach.
No, I've started following him from his Leipzig days. He was good, and it wasn't a surprise. I wasn't surprised when he was hired at the Bayern Munich coach. So, but let's see if he could be successful. Sorry?
Do you think he could be successful with
I think he will be. He's very good at working with young players. Plus, he has a very good understanding of the Red Bull module, franchise model. Should I call it franchise? Having satellite clubs and all that, and he's worked with Vivell. So I think the foundation is there for him to do well. But I think we're talking about something that I don't see happening. It doesn't look like the owners will let Graham Potter go. I know some people are still saying
say something about Nagelsmann, if I can.
Go ahead,
Bobby.
Yep. Hi guys. I mean, for me, to be honest, I don't know. I can't say I know that much about Nagelsmann. I just post him because of what De Klerk said yesterday. However, for me, if he is all that, and clearly he must be a very good coach because he's done well so far. And if he was what the managers wanted, the owners wanted initially, and if they do want to go for him, the only caveat I'll have to that is that, can he handle English pressure, top English pressure? And by that, I mean, handle the team that's going to be playing Wednesday, Saturday, for weeks and weeks on end. Two very high pressure, brutal competitions where anybody can beat you, and you must have the squad depth performing perfectly at all times. That's English pressure. Now, with all due respect, they don't have that in Germany.
Yeah.
He certainly has the squad depth, but they have a couple of games where they can turn up smoking cigars. And though he is, I think they're top of the league, but I think part of the dissatisfaction with him is that they're kind of struggling top.
They're 1 point behind. Behind them.
Oh, well, there you go. They're sort of struggling top, if there is such a word, which, which the ownership don't think is good enough because of the sort of squad he has. So that is the big question mark I have on him. And look, if Potter does what needs to be done to keep his job, and that's win the Champions League, the perspective with which he's viewed by both the fans and the ownership will definitely change.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Bobby.
Can I add something, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, for me, of course, what I think, even if Potter ends up winning the Champions League, would that be like the opportunity or the chance to say, hey, okay, let's keep him? Because at the end of the day, I feel that a coach, at least for Chelsea, we want to win the league. As much as we won the Champions League, but I still think getting back to winning the league puts us at the level that we should be.
I don't really think we can win the Champions League.
Wait, hang on. I don't understand. I mean, if he wins the Champions League, then he's earned the right to be here next season.
Most definitely has.
It's just an if. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I don't know.
If, guys.
It is a huge if, but that's what it will take for him to secure his job.
That's
because
true.
Right now, he's very, very, very insecure. And if he doesn't do something like that, you could well see Nagelsmann walking through the door, or Enrique in the summer, for sure. Sure.
That's correct.
That's the point I'm making, about winning the league and all that. That comes later.
Yeah, that's correct. But you see, at the end of the day, bragging right in English in the domestic league, if we still cannot have that, we won't be the big thing team. Oh no, let me not put it that way. But I still believe that at some point we need to do well domestically, in terms of winning the league, or at least being for second team, that kind of stuff. As much as the longer we stay out of that bracket of being able to win the league, there will still be all the call for change the manager, because cup competitions are very different.
Exactly.
So we are talking about a grueling league, 38 games and all of that. That's what I feel the manager will be judged by. If you can't get to sixth or whatever, you still will not be judged as doing well for Chelsea standard. So
all right, let me try and catch up with
Champions League. That is just enough to keep the job. But
all right, people, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. My apologies. We have too many comments in the chat, quite a lot, but I'm going to try to get a few so we can go into the lineup building exercise. Hold on. We had injuries in the and that last year, and we were never 10th. Okay, that's a response to Red's argument.
Hold on. You had injuries, not to the level of 11. You didn't have the same amount. That's the whole point. That's what you don't get.
You realize we have a bloated team right now.
Yes, but we weren't missing 11 starters, potential starters. You can say, yes, we had injuries last year or the year before, but not to this extent. You're conflating the two. It's completely different.
So, Roger, let me just try and catch up with the chat. If we try to respond to everything we have in the chat, we're never going to go.
No, sure.
Some I would want you to respond to. Even with the injuries we had on the TT, we finished fourth in the ranking. But Roger have explained, but not to the extent we had. And I think I agree with that with Roger. Roger is giving flimsy excuses about injuries. Was injuries the reason Porter played the 3-6-1 to protect a 1-0 lead? I don't think we need to say anything about that. Chelsea will be 10th in the Premier League December based on Porter's statistics. Give room to mediocrity. Giving room to mediocrity. If Porter wins the Champions League, I am still Porter out. I know some people are like that, but I think he keeps his job if he wins the Champions League. If he wins it, yeah, they'd say, let's give him time, maybe because of the injuries and all that. There's a lot of solid excuses, really. The injuries, we had a village of injured players. If we're being frank to ourselves, I get it. I have questions, but I still talk about that.
Coach, can I just say something? Now, Potter may have inherited a completely healthy team, and he could have still done as poorly as he's done now. I'm not disputing that to be the case. I'm just saying, based on what we've seen right now, I believe he needs to be given an opportunity that merits a chance. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to explain yourself every time. And I understand that. I'm sure a lot of people there understand that also. This league is too much overhyped. We must be in race for the first place. I don't think this league is overhyped. Go look at the first six, the teams that are topping. They haven't spent as much as some of those teams that are below them. It's more competitive than any other league that you can mention in the world. That's one thing I give the Premier League for. Any team can beat any team. And especially this year, it's more competitive than any other league that you can mention, if that makes sense. But I know you're entitled to your opinion.
Coach, you listen to Ancelotti, you listen to what's his name? To Jose. You listen to Pep, you listen to Klopp. They will all say the same thing. You say about Chelsea losing to Southampton, Arsenal lost to the 18th or the 20th place team. On any given day, the bottom team can beat the top. And it's happened again this year. So while you're criticising Chelsea for doing so, which I agree is valid, but then again, Arsenal did the same. So where are you coming from?
Also, this one that says that Di Matteo won the Champions League, and I know you want me to complete that for you. I know where you're going to. And the truth remains, Porter winning the Champions League, I don't know, but common sense says he's done enough to keep his job. But we've seen that before. I don't know if that changes anything. But you could say if he wins the Champions League, I think he keeps his job. That's the chance. Even if he doesn't win it, he still keeps his job. We don't know. Tabeho CFC, nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. If Porter wins the Champions League, it would raise a lot more questions than answers, like what he's been doing all this time.
No, it's a cup competition. I honestly, Coach, I think if we win the Champions League, I don't think that gives him merit. I'm more interested in seeing what he does in the league, not the Champions League. This is a knockout tournament, basically. You know, that's
you see why I like you.
Yeah, that's why.
Even though you may lose your job as his lawyer.
Yeah, but it's the truth, Coach. Just because you win the Champions League,
there are knockout tournaments and there are knockout tournaments.
No, this is the elite knockout tournament. I get that. But you have a look at Real Madrid last year. They beat Chelsea, Man City. Who else did they beat? Trying to think. The PSG, and each and every time they were the inferior team in each leg of the game. And they turned it on. Well, you know, actually Karim did, Benzema. You know, other than that, I mean, that they were over the leg of two games in each phase of that tournament, they were not the better team. But I get what you're saying, Bobby. This is the elite tournament. But I'm just saying, when you play in the league 38 games, you know, 19 at home, 19 away against the same teams, that gives you a better sampling size of which is a better team. That's all I'm saying.
All right. If you're watching, if you haven't, please keep liking the stream. We have just 55 likes. We should be doing better than that, people. What's going on here? We have 70, 80 people watching at the same time at one point. Why do we have only only 55 likes. If you haven't, please take a second, drop a like on the stream. And Tabello says, big up everyone and hit the like button, people, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Please keep liking the stream. The likes do go a long way. Okay, let's see what we have here. And with Potter at the helm, top four will be gone by next December with Potter at the helm. Okay, and thank you for at least capitalizing the start of his name. It shows you're talking about a human being and not an object. If that makes sense, please, I like that from you, Adebayo. Thank you so much for doing that. Everton is a joke after 3 wins in a row. The only way Potter wins the Champions League if we get another. No, I don't think that's okay, bro. You know I love you, but I don't think that's okay. Klopp had injuries. Roger, look where Liverpool is. Let's see what we have here. But we
not to our extent, no.
Yeah, you could argue that. Yeah, but we have starters now. But while Potter subs get management and all that, Tobago, the turnaround from being Potter's staunchest supporter that fight because of him, how you turned around and you are at the extreme right now. That is shocking for me. I still cannot explain that. First, we're going to smash Real Madrid. Then we're going to smash Tuchel. Trust me. I want to say I would trust you, but yeah, it's legit. The game isn't final until it's played, and the man in the middle blows the final whistle. Then we look at the result and say, okay, this is the outcome. And I believe we're capable of winning them. We have strong enough squad to do so. We can win Champions League. It's not too much about tactics. Player development is full of details, but tactics for upcoming game is overhyped. We have quality players. Yeah, I agree with you. Let's see what else we have there. Nice dream. He has every right to dream, and dreams do come true sometimes. But I get where you're going. Roger, it's not everything Rhys James and Chilwell. Okay, James might as well retire. This injury is getting ridiculous now. I wouldn't say it, not to an extent to say ridiculous, but it's concerning. The midfield has been leaving the defense exposed, and KK takes blame. I've explained that before. While Kova and Enzo Fernandez are pairing, while it's excellent to watch, excellent offensively, defensively, they don't do much to protect the defense, if that makes sense. We won the 2012 Champions League with pure injuries and suspension. Potter is a fraud. Okay, everybody's taking it to a whole nother level this morning. Arsenal cannot win Sporting in 2 games in 90 minutes. The first team in league. Okay. Let's be realistic. Okay. If you hire a manager based on potential to learn on the job and then spend 600 million on him, then the person spending that has a problem. That's a solid. I would say that's a point there. You don't spend that much on the potential. But maybe they see him at the potential. At the same time, they trust he do better with again our spending power and the crop of players we have at the club. Rhys James is injury prone. You don't have to use all caps. You see a warning from the machine there, police in the chat. Next time, I believe probably he will time you out. Let's see what else we have here. Just our conversation there. Real has most 9 rating players with experience. If you didn't say that today, I'd ask you for your ID. Roger sounds like a sports fine discrediting the UEFA. Do they do that really? Discrediting the Champions League because they're not able to win it. But the truth is, what else have they won that they can reference and say, at least we've won this? James needs a surgery like Kante so that he can fully recover, or maybe just address the issue permanently. Maybe that's what he needs to do. But has it always been hamstring? Sorry?
I've always said it, coach. Just stop being selfish and let the guy go under the knife and get surgery. It won't be a guarantee that he will be finished completely. The injuries will stop, but it will have a higher chance of stopping. Just people need to stop saying, "Oh, we can't. We can't just rely on Aspi." We need to
it looks like Ty has what I had. The way he sounded.
Yeah, I still am.
Yeah, I know. I think I've recovered better than you, but get well soon, brother. But good point there, Ty. I want to come to you to see if you have anything to say with everything you've heard us talk about. I think James needs a surgery, and Ty have always said that. You can see James isn't playing 100%. He's scared of the injury going again, and it's happening in training, let alone a match. So that's a concern. I agree with you. The role of a coach is to adjust regularly when there is no result. It must have a changes. Otherwise, it shows the player that that it is acceptable to lose without any consequences. We must keep everything on toe. Everyone on their toes. Yep. I get it there. Keep them working. I told you before, Reece James' nickname should be injury. Wow, JC. What is the split today between Potter ins and outs in our panel? Roger does not count due to legal conflict of interest. Lawyers cannot be also jury. Yeah, it makes sense. Roger sounds like a sportsman. Everybody agreeing. I don't think you guys, as me, don't like Roger that much. What happens if Melo Gusto outperforms Reece James? He starts. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
But I doubt he'd outperform him. I think if Reece James can be fit, they will keep rotating them. I don't know two of them that well. I don't know Gusto that well to say here's how they differ. I need to see him more. Ty, you have anything else to say about with regards to everything we've talked about before we go into the lineup debate?
This whole thing of Potter and this thing and people asked about Nagelsmann, I would say that I think Nagelsmann is a good manager. If the owners were to make a decision in terms of sacking Potter, he would probably be a candidate as a replacement. But right now, and based on the points that I heard Roger give, and he's always made these points as well.
You like Roger?
I mean,
Nope.
injuries have injuries have always been a problem for Potter, but at the same time there are certain factors which I'm not sure if the person who I'm right beside on the panel, I'm not sure of his name, but he made he made a good point about even if you have injuries, that doesn't mean that you should be setting up the team to be defending something when you have only a 1-goal lead. It seems like you're overreacting. It seems like you're not really sure of what to do, but you're trying to be reactive. And in a sense, he was trying to be proactive, and it didn't really work out because, and then again, we did have players that had to come off because they had injury scares or they picked up little knocks. So I could get that. But I mean, you have to look at it from both sides and see that in terms of what Potter has done, he's done that where he's brought on Gallagher or whoever the case may be at the 60th minute with a hope that it will work and will be able to find some structure and defensive strength. I mean, it really worked out. And from that sense, you have to look at it and say, is Potter really sure of what to do in terms of keeping leads or trying to have retention of the ball or to have the possession or to have a protection of a lead. So in a sense, yes, Potter has had injuries. He's had more injuries than Tuchel had last season. We had a lot of them, but in terms of important players, and we have to remember that we don't really have any replacements or players that have filled the slots left by Rudiger in particular and what he had become under Tuchel and everything. But in terms of everything, yes, he's had injuries. He's been unlucky in terms of not having key players that Tuchel himself relied upon. So I guess in a sense you have to focus on that. But there are 50-50 things that I have to say because Potter has made some questionable decisions. And
I agree.
Yeah,
He has not been perfect. I totally agree.
Yeah,
and then Roger, you have to round it up by saying, and likewise, no coach is perfect.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Ty.
And that's the thing.
Thanks, coach. Wink, wink.
Yeah, and in case of that, Potter, in a sense, he's not perfect, and yes, he is learning on the job. He's still
he's growing, shall we say?
Yeah, he has experience as a coach, but in terms of in the English league, and this is a total different demand in terms of a team that is trying to aim to have longevity and eventually become a team that contends for the title and potentially win it eventually again. So I think in a sense, Potter, if you're looking at the long term, probably give him time at least till the season and see where it goes, see if it gets worse or if it gets better. But right now, I'm not really sure. And considering the fact that Nagelsmann, although I do rate him, he was one of the contenders that I wanted if we had sacked Lampard. But we got 2 goals instead, and I was happy about that as well. But in terms of Nagelsmann, he does have his shortcomings as well. He does have questionable things as well. And if you look at the way Bayern Munich started the season, he was drawing a lot of games with competent players like Sadio Mane and Gnabry and people like that. So yes, he had the players, he had competent and elite players, quote unquote, and he was still struggling. So that in itself means that there has to be some tactical issue as well. But he's done well for Bayern Munich in terms of winning trophies and having a good CV behind his name. So in a sense, yes. But I mean, I think time right now is the best thing for Potter, and I don't think we should hasten to making a decision right now.
Everything you talk, I didn't know you are in by any means possible aligned with Roger. I don't like you anymore, Ty. Just go away.
Let me. You see what I see is you want to. Some people want to sit on the fence. Just want to be diplomatic. You don't want to say yes. Look, Potter is not the man. Let's just take that. No excuses about injury.
And we should always end it. You should always end it. That in your opinion, right?
Yeah. Oh yes.
Because in my opinion, I don't think he's the man, but I still think that's a chance he turns it around. Go ahead.
Yes. But you see, Potter has the biggest squad compared to all these other coaches that had injuries, and Potter has. I mean, we're seeing situations where players are injured. The players that are not injured, you still do not play them. You don't put them on. So we just see. I mean, all of the things we see playing out on the field, on the pitch, it's just mind-boggling for us fans watching. It's mind-boggling. You have yes, key players injured, but you have a squad that you can pick from, and you still do not pick those people. And you do. I mean, substitutions are weird. Things that even us watching can see, he doesn't see. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but I mean, I will just be very blunt about this. Potter is not the man.
All right.
He's not going to take us anywhere, in my opinion.
Thank you. That's a key sentence. All right, let me catch up with the chat, please. No more Potter again after I catch up with the chat. I've done the job to catch. I had to scroll past a few comments there to get to where I am, but it looks like it's huge again because there are a lot of people that we'll have to start debating who fits in where. It's easy to get Roger on our side. You just have to pay his buyout clause of £60 million.
I'm cheaper than that, mate.
But to waste money, time, and opportunity, and he's doing great. Okay, let's see. Limitless, big up, bro. I haven't asked you how you're doing, and Logan, I hope you're doing well. If Potter wins the Champions League, watch the narrative change. It's because of the star players and not Potter. They win the Champions League. I think that will happen. Even some of those have said clearly, even if he wins Champions League, they're not going to support him. Here's the thing, even with 3 games in a row, the Potter out, you can say narrative died down a bit. It died down a bit. You see it bit by bit until the draw against Everton, then boom, it picked up again. So results can change everything. If he wins, he deserves his praise, bro. It's as simple as that. This middle EPL cannot do anything. Europa and Conference League, you will see who will win. Let's see what happens. No need to waste money on Osimhen. Lukaku would be a better striker with the quality players we have now. Fatah Ibrahim, I get your argument, but if we're gonna need a stereotypical striker, just something trying to sound like Roger. I don't know if that's how he says it anyway. I'd rather us get to Simhan and not Lukaku. No, he's toxic, no matter how you see it. Him, again, first of all, moment he returns, that's a problem in the fan base, if that makes sense. Southampton, very scary team. Graham Potter made Southampton a prime Barcelona. Wow. Reece, Noni, Kante, Zakaria, Chilwell, RLC, all injury prone. Talking to Fatai there. So I'm going to scroll to the very bottom again. What you say here? This is what is happening. 7 months in-game management. Some story like Southgate. What Southgate learned. Okay. I'm not into trying to decipher what you're trying to. I know your phone is trying to help you spell. I have to go to grocery shopping. Might reach on later. If not, I hope everyone has a great weekend. Send to you, brother. Enjoy yourself. Much love to you, and thank you for joining us on Discord. Wow, the length of time Potter has been in charge. By now, we should have seen some improvement, though. We are the same old Chelsea. We have been 10 since 2004. Tuchel said he will drive the bus to play a game if we don't have money to fly. That what we call an elite fighting manager. That maybe okay. Manager, not these excuses about injuries. Give him time nonsense. Okay, a good manager works with the problems he has at the club. Potter was complaining, so I want to stop talking about Potter right now. Really, guys, just don't be scared. We have St. Potter. Okay, is that how you spell his name? There's no excuses for Everton game with subs. Okay, yeah, I have been told Potter will be given time. Also, he will be here for the preseason. But if results go bad again, he might be in trouble. Okay, might be. Can you imagine if we used the Bali recruitment philosophy in normal life? We would get on a plane with Potter as your pilot on or live in a skyscraper that Potter built. Roger, can you take that one? Maybe that's what we need to take before we move on.
Who's that?
You see this one here? He says, can you imagine if we use the Bali recruitment philosophy in normal life? Would you get on a plane with Potter as your pilot or live in a skyscraper that Potter built?
Well, first of all, I would never live in a skyscraper anyway.
You're afraid of heights.
I really am. That's my one Achilles heel. And
Okay.
if he's a good enough pilot and has been trained on that particular aeroplane, yes.
What he means there is that
no, I'm being
Roger understands. Roger is just being sarcastic himself.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah, he understands. But go ahead, Aurora, if you want to add to it.
No, it's just saying like you're bringing someone that is learning on the job, a trainee pilot to come fly the plane. That's it.
I'm sure Roger understood that.
I got the gist.
Yeah, Roger knew exactly the sort of response he needs to give to Chelsea. But I appreciate that, Aurora. Let's see what we have. I'm not going to answer that. Kuchila, send Roger on loan with no buyback clause. I love Roger, man.
Ouch, man.
I love him playing the devil's advocate whenever possible. The Potter out was on hold. Yep, it was on hold. For me, he won't go away. I have seen enough. He won't be successful at Chelsea, but it remains to be seen. That's just your opinion. This Potter makes it 12 million a year. Yeah, he does the job. I don't do the job, so that's not my business how much he makes. That's by the way, Chelsea all the way. Bobby, if you're there, you haven't spoken for a while. With this structure, we have 2-8. Your thoughts, who starts there? Or if you have something else you want to talk about before you go to that.
You have in the midfield, Chilwell, James, flanking. Oh, Kante, Enzo.
Coach,
Kante,
Enzo.
Let me explain again what we did there. Santos, a lot of people agree that I think we do put out a poll too, that he can rotate with Kante and be effective. And during that, and as if we knew during an interview, he was asked to get his favorite Chelsea player. He picked Thiago Silva. Obviously, we know why, his countryman and Thiago Silva's experience and all that. But then he talked about how he would like to play alongside Enzo Fernandez, as if we knew. But go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, Santos rotating with Kante is obvious.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Rotation between Enzo and Kova is obvious. And one other we still need that defensive midfielder. And the more I think of it, now I know this is a system in which we play a double pivot. I think we will start to evolve to a back four with three midfielders.
I think we'll still do that formation, but go ahead with what you're saying. We'll still do that particular formation. And,
I don't think Kante will be playing as many games if whoever can resist the temptation, because when he's fit, he's flying and the team is flying, and the temptation is to constantly play him, which I think is wrong. However, the more I think of that midfielder that Chelsea need, the more honestly I'm looking at Declan Rice. Simply because he will be disciplined there. He will complement whoever he's playing with. Whether
that is when we get him, we adjust. Let's work what we have.
Well, we can't keep saying, "Oh, will we get him?" Chelsea have proved.
No, that's what we're doing. We're not using players that we haven't signed.
Doesn't matter. They can get anybody, and we need to include them in the discussion because they can.
He's literally fighting me, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, I always stick my ground. They can be signed, and people say, "Oh, if we don't, get into the Champions League, we've got to sell players, yada yada yada." We've got a big sponsorship to come in the summer. Who knows what money can come from them? So I'm not saying no. I never say never. He is a possibility. He will be defensive. He'll complement any of our midfielders. Plus, he can also double up as a centre-back if we're ever in need. So I will include that into discussion. But as you put those two pivots, for some games, I'll agree. For some other games, like if we were playing as we played Everton, I will disagree because that physicality is needed. And neither of those two are particularly big guys. You need some height in there. I've always said that, especially in the Premier League.
Yeah, and it makes sense. We need the balance. But given what we have, Kante will provide great balance, given his ability to read the game. And I'm going to keep repeating myself. I'm sounding like a broken record right now. Enzo Fernandez Kovacic combo has been excellent offensively, but they've been poor defensively. But like Bobby, Rogerdinho, and Eugene Notti suggested, in a 4-3-3, which makes sense, we can accommodate Kante, Enzo, and Kovacic. It would be an excellent midfield. But go ahead, Bobby, if you're still talking. The 2-8s you haven't told us. These two guys here, you haven't told us who you think. Again, if you're still there, who you think should be the 2-8s? The 2-8s. Yeah.
I mean, remember, there's still that possibility of the likes of Gallagher rotating somewhere in there, also Chukwuemeka rotating. So, you may be happy. We may not go out to the market. I don't think we are as desperate to go out to the transfer market this summer as we were in past summers, simply because all we're really looking for now is a goalkeeper and a forward. And talking of forwards, despite the rumored price tag, I had a look at some highlights of the game with Nigeria because I wanted to see Osimhen playing for his country. It was a terrible game. And I don't know whether it's one-off. He had, this is the thing.
It would have been the same. The supplies wasn't coming. Everything comes down to who you're playing with.
That would not be the difference at Chelsea. I don't want to get into that because you're my brother and I don't want to wind you up and say the wrong thing.
No, you cannot wind. No. That's why we're here. Speak your mind, brother.
Well, I watched with a friend of mine who had a vested interest in the game. I didn't like the game. I didn't think it was a good game, but it could have been a one-off. I think they even lost in the end. But I didn't see anything of Osimhen, and that disappointed me. So our hunt for the striker is still very, very much on. And my favourite has always been Julian Alvarez. I believe in bravery. You know, who dares wins.
What
Go
for
for
Man
it. You'll be
City?
surprised what will happen. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Go for it. You'll be surprised what will happen.
He's technical, isn't he?
He's a
Yeah, that's
fantastic
fine.
player. He will fit Chelsea like a hand in a glove.
Yeah. Do you think they'll
So,
sell
Bobby,
him
give
though?
us names here. Give us 2 names here. Number 11 and number 10.
To start, um, oh,
That's why we
Modric,
haven't finished. But after
Modric
3 days, we're
and
still on it.
Modric and Nkunku.
You think it's going to be Mudryk here?
Well, we're
Nkunku
going to
there?
do a lot of rotating, aren't we? But you know,
Yeah,
I'm just
so-
calling the name. You could put
Okay.
Joao Felix there if you want. Him and Nkunku. Imagine that. Wow.
Sorry, which players? Where? Say that again.
This
Bobby?
this position here
Yeah.
and this position here. So Roger, you can come in. I remember Bobby says Mudryk and Nkunku, right? I will not forget that. So you go ahead. Let's get yours. And I think I may well need to put up a poll.
See, okay, so Modric and Nkunku is a wonderful selection. You've also got Madueke that could be in that rotation.
Mason Mount is still here. He hasn't gone. He hasn't gone anywhere.
Yeah, Joao Felix.
But we
play
can
on
leave
the-
Joao Felix for last because we haven't signed him on a permanent.
Sure. Well, I think it's Kai. I think Kai can play on either side. Unfortunately, we still got Pulisic and Sterling. You know, we have tremendous depth.
I'm laughing because we've been on this
that's
for
the
3
difficult
days.
part.
There's
That's
the easier
what it
places
is
that
to
select
do.
themselves, but here 1, 2, 3 doesn't select it. It's not easy. But I'm
So
listening, Roger.
No, you have to understand my client's, objective here. It's not that easy, mate.
It's not easy.
Your Honour, may I address
But just give us your
the jury?
choice.
For starting to, I would probably have to say Mudryk and Nkunku.
Which is Mudryk on the left
Yeah.
and Nkunku on the right. That's yours. I'll ask you your thoughts again. So that let me hear from you, Roro. Your thoughts. The 2 8s in this structure.
I think I'll go for the same thing.
Mudryk and Nkunku.
Yes.
Nkunku
Modric on the left and Nkunku on the right.
Okay, that's the same thing.
Sorry, Nkunku on the right, but also could rotate with Madueke because I feel that
I think it would be
be
fluid.
fluid.
With those sort of players, it will be fluid.
it will be fluid. And I think Madueke is really very direct. I think in the few games he has played, you see him always. It's not like they give him the ball he's hugging the touchline and he tries to give it back to his wing back. No. He's on that player constantly, and that's what I like about him. But unfortunately, he hasn't played much. So.
All right,
Other
let's
than
say
that,
I know
Mudryk-
Bobby said even though we're not, let's just consider as an OG. Bobby said Mudryk and Felix, right? I think Mudryk most likely would be a
Sorry, I have
priority
to
given
pop
how much
out
we
a
paid for
second,
him.
please.
Sorry,
Sorry, I have to pop out. I'll pop back in when I can, please.
no problem. Take all the time you need. Bobby said I won't forget his choice. Bobby said Mudryk and Felix, right? But we give him the benefit of that. But
Sure,
I think we should leave Felix out because we haven't signed him, and there's a chance at the end of the season the club will look at it and say it's a spending we cannot afford right now. Because we're loaded in that area. Except if we're able to sell players on
Coach,
time. Roger, you were saying something.
Yeah, Coach. I think it's a strong possibility that Joao will be with us next year. I think it's not unrealistic to say that. I think it's like a 90% chance that he signs with us. I really do.
Okay. So maybe we should, let's consider him too.
And so these are the 4 players for the 3 positions. You've got. I really rate Kai Havertz. I'm sorry, he's a wonderful player.
But they haven't picked him for this 2 8s. You're probably picking him to start here.
It's irrelevant because it's so fluid. You've got Joao, you've got Nkunku, you've got Mudryk. Who else is there that I've missed? Yeah, let me go. Have a
Sterling.
look. You've got Sterling, you've got Pulisic, you've got Madueke, Broja, hopefully when he's recovered. So Pierre-Emerick's gone. I think that's a safe assumption. You've got David Fofana, even though he may go out on loan. So I think the top three positions have to. It's 3 out of the 4. There's 4 people that I think are my top 3. That'll be Joao, Mudryk, Nkunku, and Kai. I don't know.
Nkunku on the right. I think Nkunku.
I don't know who to drop.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I want Kai. There's 4 people for these 3 positions that I think are starters, and one of them obviously has to be dropped. I don't know who. That'll be Kai, Mudryk, Joao, and Kai and Nkunku. That's it. Those are 4 players. So I don't know which one to drop. And then you've got Pulisic, Madueke, Sterling, and Mason, all as alternatives. Because you can't start these 3 players every game and play them for 90 minutes twice a week. So it's hard. I think Kai should be in the starting lineup, regardless of one of those 3 positions. I think to say we're going to have a strong number 9, I think it's not fair because they're all over the field. If you have a look at their heat maps, they're not necessarily in the same position. So,
and if they put in the chances away, we wouldn't be complaining.
Exactly. I would have Kai definitely as one of the 3. I would have Nkunku definitely as one of the 3, and probably Joao. I probably wouldn't have Mudryk, or as in the rotation, depending on the teams that we play, where speed is a factor. So, this is a beautiful problem to have, and I use the term problem in the kindest context because 99.9% of coaches will sell their firstborn to be in this position.
Can I come in?
Of course.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to say we're talking the 9th position and the 2-8s.
No,
right?
we're not at the 9th position yet. We're at the 2-8.
Okay.
But
so
does it really matter though?
Instead of saying
it does, but let's just take it gradually. Otherwise, it'll be everywhere.
okay, if you're talking about to fill the 3 positions, I would be talking about 5 players instead of 4, because I would put Joao in there.
Yes,
I would put Mudryk in there because I just feel that Mudryk has not been given.
I agree.
So I would put Mudryk because that guy is fire. It's his defensive side of the game that I'm even more, a bit worried about. But in terms of,
can you give me the names? Sorry, quickly. Can you guys give me the names of the guys that can start on the right hand side? I think Madueke can fit in there.
From the right hand side.
Himself. Yeah.
No, from the right. I think Mudryk
on the right hand side. This position here, the second number 8.
Yeah. Okay.
We have Joao. Joao can play there, but Joao usually on the left hand side.
Yeah, I think most of our players are on the left. Most of the, but
Sterling looks good on the right, actually.
And he's putting some good crosses. So who you say again? Let me start with the right number 8. So let me put Sterling there. Let those in the chat vote. I have Joao cannot be on the right side. He always stays on the left hand side.
That's
so
true.
Let's say,
I would say I would put Madueke in there.
Yes, definitely.
He's an option, yeah. And then who else? Sterling?
Yes.
Who else? Any other name? Who can start on the right hand side? Mason Mount.
Kai. Believe it or not,
Mason Mount can start as the right number 8.
Kai and Mason
as well.
Mount.
As long as Kai is not starting as the 9, then he can start on that side. Yes, Kai.
Kai and Mason Mount.
So we have Madueke, Sterling, Mason Mount, and Kai. I think that would be okay for the right. I think we'll do a vote for the left-hand side also.
Hold on,
we'll still do our analysis as to who. On the right-hand side, I think it will most likely be Sterling if he's fit. That is, if we didn't sell him in the summer. Because he's been more effective than he's ever been since he joined Chelsea. That lineup wins us the Champions League, but we still have Potter in charge, which is the only problem. Wow.
Objection, Your Honor.
Give him a break, bro. I love you, but give this man a break. Chelsea need a physical player next to Kante or Enzo, like when Matic was with Kante. I think we're not giving Kante credit enough as as to how physical he can be. Kante outmuscled Pogba, even though Pogba is bigger than him and looks stronger than him.
Substantially bigger, by the way.
Yeah, substantially bigger. So people don't give him enough credit. We put Mr. Rice with ultra low ability of technical and creativity. England struggling with him. We cannot find a player. We can find a player who have everything like Conan.
Coach,
well, everything comes down to the club. Yeah, go ahead.
Coach, even though we're not talking about that defensive role, my opinion before with regards to Rice, I know we're not there yet, but my opinion with regards to Rice initially was really about the price, But from what I see now with all of these other players,
he would suit us.
Yeah, I would say if we did get Rice now, that won't be a bad decision at all.
Now, if we get him, I'll take him. But I think my option is that he's not my first choice. That's that's what I'm saying.
Because
I think there are a couple of factors which I think will probably push the club towards Rice than any other player. It's a Chelsea Academy product. He makes up also adds to the English quota, and given his experience, also he can also play as a centre back. Plus, he's a good sitting DM.
Yeah. I'm not even looking at all that aspect of it. I'm just looking at an Enzo Rice partnership. That would be, for me, how will I put it? That would be like the ideal for me. If you had, it doesn't have to be Rice, but from what I see in the market now, yes, I would say Enzo Rice. That would just be perfect because Enzo will be the more creative. Rice, we know, is defensive. Can also fall. It can also play that center of defense. Rice can score. Rice can shoot. As midfielders can shoot. All of them, none can shoot. Rice can do that. So,
Kante can actually.
Premiership proven. So, I would take Rice, Enzo any day.
Did you see England versus Italy with Rice? Did you see how he played?
I would take Rice any day.
I think he did well, but I still pick out something with regards how he deals with pressure. When they gank up on him, he's not the best in terms of finding solutions in tight spaces, but he was effective.
He was very effective.
Yeah, he was effective. Jonathan David, I don't think we need Jonathan David. We already have Nkunku. Had we not signed Nkunku, I'd say get Jonathan David. We are not defeating Aston Villa. Post-result, post-break is mediocre. I'm not. I think I'm not bought. I think I agree with you. We've always struggled after every international break. That which comes down to how many players that usually joins their national team to play for them. And in that case, even the younger players have competition to play. Madueke is playing for England. I don't know if Chukwuemeka joined them. Badeshila also is traveling. Badeshila, I heard, is replacing Fofana in the senior national team. That's not going to play with the under 21s again. Let's see what happens. Sorry, coach, but seeing those players on my screen makes me really look at Potter closely. This is why everyone is linked with our players. Yeah, you could argue that elite team, a substandard manager. Yep, I'd be surprised if you say anything otherwise. Pulisic looks better for me than Mudryk on the left-hand side. Okay, let's see what happens there. Sorry?
Pulisic, I would say, yes, it looks better. But Pulisic, I've always said Pulisic is
not physically enough.
Let me say maximum 50-minute player. Pulisic, after 50 minutes, he doesn't play anything anymore.
He's muscled off the ball too much, in my opinion.
He's either an impact player, you see him in little chunks, and but
super sub.
A 90 minutes game, no, Pulisic is not it.
All right, let me catch up with the chat, and please, what I want to tell everybody in the chat, something that you can write in one sentence. Don't break them up, please. Don't break them up. Otherwise, I'm going to turn on slow mode. You bulk them up and then put it in there. Then it's easier. Felix, Asarlin, and Nkunku, Noni, Kai, Pulisic. Coach, it's difficult. We do need an Excel alongside. Yeah, otherwise we'll leave out some players. Noni Madueke still comes into play.
Very much
for
so.
Noni Madueke, sorry?
Very much so.
Yeah, very much so. It's not that simple, really, but we're getting this done today, no matter what. Why Mudryk deserves to be in the first team? What he do for now? Well, I don't know. I think he's a good player. By the time he comes, we're talking about next season. Let's see what happens. If there's need to change that, we would change that. What are we doing with Dacho? That's another question. I'm not sure. Chances that he lives on loan. That's what people are suggesting. But it wouldn't make any sort of sense if he lives on loan and we go out and pay 100 million plus or anything in the region of 70 plus 8 to 80 million for a new player. And big up to you, Thomas Bay. I hope you're doing well. Let's see what we have here. The way Potter is moving, put Cho in. Nkunku cannot be in a rotation. Every player has to be rotated one time or the other. That doesn't mean rotation doesn't mean you play one, I play one, play one. No, we put it in behind, which means if this player isn't starting, who's starting? That's what we mean by that. Now let's stop claiming, dreaming. In reality, our front three will be Lukaku, Cho, and Pulisic. Wow. Upkeep, forgetting that we are buying a new number 9 this summer, and will probably be Ivan Toney. That's your opinion. And we're not starting whether we're buying a number 9 or not. Go ahead, Roger. Were you saying something?
I hope he's able to beat the ban and he's eligible to play in the Premier League. Because if that's the case, then I would love to have Toney. I think he is an exceptional player. He's clinical as hell. You know, he's got physicality. He's great in the air. He's everything you want in a number 9. And he's not your prototypical. He is, and he's not because he's mobile. I think he would suit Chelsea to a T. I think, I would hope that we get him. I don't see it transpiring, however.
Yeah, and I'm going to say this again. You did talk about you just you mean you were referring to Ivan Toney, right?
Affirmative.
Plus, the club seems to shy away with players with such hatred.
Yeah.
I am sure I will forget someone, but still here is a try. Kai, Pulisic, Stalin, Mudryk, Nkunku, Noni Madueke, Pulisic, Hudson-Odoi, Mount, Gallagher, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Fofana, Broya, Lukaku, Orba most definitely will lead. Lukaku, we're not sure what the club is going to do. Broya is there. But let's walk with those at the feet. If anybody recovers, if we need to change that, we change that. But yeah, it's not easy, really. And that's why we're not into just plugging in names for the sake of it. Stalin has 36%, Madueke 29%, 7% Mason Mount, and Havertz 29%. So Stalin takes the right-hand side. I'm gonna put up a poll with regards to let's find out who rotates with Stalin here. Let me maybe ask them that one. Ask the first time. Just quickly, but let me catch up with the chat. Well, sorry, I ran out of space. Must have also forgotten someone else. Yep, that's a chance. That's the case. Stalin, for sure. Rahayu, where have you been, bro? You haven't spoken much. Mudryk is unproven. Still not convinced by him. Who is to say he actually does well for Chelsea? I wouldn't start counting my eggs. We signed him because if you know him well, you'd know what he's capable of doing. But before he joined us, he hasn't played football for a while. That may well have been the issue, if that makes sense. Anytime anyone says a Potter out or anything along the line, Kukurea be like, trust the process. You want to make your manager like you. So he's a smart guy. Forget Felix, maybe more. Coach, we need Excel sheet and a timetable for planned work shift. Yep. If Mount stays, I think he starts. There's no guarantee, but I think it's to be in the debate. Rice is just a taller Henderson. Wow.
Ooh,
and what all of the Rice is not good in build up. He played in the middle. Okay. Says no pro. I like Fabregas and Matic. This is old and suicide. Predictable football for opponents. Okay. Let's see what else. Pulisic is a good super sub. That's how a lot of people see him. But I think he's capable of being a starter too if he can be consistent. More importantly, stay fit. I think he can offer a lot. Over 200 charges for Toney. I think
Yeah.
Chelsea will shy away from him if that's the case. The FA will throw the book at him, and when he comes to Chelsea, yeah, it gets worse. They would throw another book at him, so it makes sense. And Roger, wouldn't you say that Chelsea seem to shy away with players with such history?
Yes. Listen, it's a gamble. There's no doubt about it. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if he is able to shake those, how shall we put it, charges, then he's a keeper. I think he has so much potential, but I can't see him. I think they'll throw the book at him. He's already
they will.
up some things, and you listen. You should know. You should be informed as a young player by the team, your agent, etc. There's certain things you can't do, and gambling on the game is one of them.
And he's experienced enough to know not to do that.
Yeah, he's not a 19 to a 21-year-old. He's 27 or something. He's old enough to know, and it's a shame because his ceiling is very high. He's in his peak right now. I think he's 26, 27, if I'm not mistaken. I really like him a lot. I didn't think he would be this successful in the Premier League once he got promoted, but he's proven to be the case. And he's an exceptional penalty taker also.
Yeah, it's not that simple, really. I would rather put Pulisic in a false-nine position. I'd put Pulisic on the left, using physicality to discredit his other qualities is just silly. He's always in the opposition. But Chimera, I don't know you, but I'm guessing you're an American. I'm an American too, but we have to try to be objective.
So am I.
And we're all entitled to our opinion. The opposition, he's really technical. Yeah, I give him that. And he doesn't shy away from taking on opposition players.
But he's
most
not
important question is, will
Coach.
he stay fit? Go ahead, Roger. You were saying something.
I really mean this objectively and constructively. He is muscled off the ball constantly. He's doesn't possess the upper body strength, unfortunately. He's a very technical player. He's an excellent player, as we've seen on many times, especially when he plays for his nation, for America, and you can see that. But as we all know, international games doesn't have the same intensity as a lot of European leagues, especially the Premier League, and that's the case. And unfortunately, he's not physical enough.
Roger?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, the US, the region in which they play, has about when you talk about the stand. With all due respect to all the other teams,
they're playing Grenada right now.
They're playing teams that so you shine there, and you can't when you go play other teams in Europe, and so I wouldn't rate that so much. Then also with the issue of Mudryk, right? We saw the best version of Mudryk against Liverpool. We saw the potential in that player, but since then he hasn't really played. So I don't think anyone can actually come out and judge him.
His debut was
just
amazing.
look at how many minutes he has played for Chelsea. Can you judge a player with that limited?
I think we don't have right to do that. We don't have enough.
Not at all.
I don't think anyone can say he's not proven. Even when he has been fit to play, Potter didn't pick him.
And plus, he's actually the top scorer in Champions League in our squad.
But the sampling size, he's correct.
Yeah.
Aurora. I'm sorry. How do you pronounce your name?
You got it.
Yeah.
Aurora.
Aurora. Sorry. Yeah. The sampling size is so minute thus far. You're correct, 100%. It's too premature to give that opinion. But you're right, though. I totally agree.
Roger, quickly, can you handle this question so we'll move on? Please, let's keep this aligned. We're building the lineup, and
what about passes between Stones and Maguire all 90 minutes? I never saw something like that in football.
Did you observe that yourself?
Oh God, yeah. I was cringing, Coach. I was cringing. Where is Mr. Rice? Oh yes, he can't cooperate and build up. Listen, the first half we dominated a subpar Italian team. They're not the Italian team of the 70s and 80s, etc. No one is suggesting that, but they looked the superior team. Listen, that game was based on two halves, and I'm not making excuses, but to give someone a yellow card for wasting time in the 28th minute is absurd. It's like that ref. Having said that, though, the players that got booked for time wasting in the second half, they're veterans. They should know better. But that referee he was really horrible. Also, I'm not. Listen, we won the game. We being England, we won the game, and I'm still complaining. So I'm not a sore loser. Okay, so you can't throw that at me. But I'm just saying that if we played that game with 9 other different referees, they wouldn't have handed out the cards. Also, we were fouled going forward in breakaways. There was no yellow cards given to them. There was a lack of consistency, shall we say. But you're right, though. The build up between the back. But, Maguire, listen, I detest Man United, but I would pick Maguire if I was the England head coach. He's proven when he plays for England, he is, and this is something we need to address at Chelsea that we lack. Maguire dominates aerially. I don't see anyone dominating aerially for us. Listen, would you pick Tarkowski from Everton over any of our centre-backs for Chelsea? No. Yet he beat them both in a corner. He beat both Koulibaly and who was the other? Was it not Chalobah? It was Fofana, I believe. Yes. So listen, that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. I want to see anyone that would pick Tarkowski in our team. Would they want him as a starting centre back in our team? No. And yet he beat 2 players for a corner. So and a header off a corner. So we lack aerial superiority. Do you think JT or Cahill or any of the previous great Ivanovic would have lost that header? No bloody chance.
All right.
And this is what I've been screaming for Chelsea lately.
All right, let's move on from that one. Hello, Kimso. How did the exam go, or is it still upcoming? I remember you told us you're preparing for an exam. I hope you're well. So you're saying Tone lacks a professionalism or the mental fortitude to deny his...
He gambled, mate. You can't do that.
To deny his gambling impulse. I don't know how to respond to that one. But here's the thing. I will go with the first one. He lacks professionalism. And at this age, a lot of the young players will be looking up to him, and you don't want to have that in your team.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It says a lot. Again, even though I like giving people chances. I'm a strong believer in second chances, but it's a risk, really. In the sense that huge risk. There's a chance the whole thing start coming again. And like the beautiful game, Roger said, they'll start throwing the book at him. And Chelsea being Chelsea, I think it gets worse once he joins us. But thank you, Rahayu. I appreciate you. Nuggetman is available. I'm not going to read that one fully. This is not objective about Pulisic. Let's say, Coach, take Kante out and put Bakayoko in. Yeah, in a minute. Roger on Tone, he's proven to be a case. Roger Tone really has the potential for a goal, for a good legal case.
Wise guy.
Okay, let's move on from that. Pulisic after injury have better physicality than Mudryk. I don't think so.
Really?
That's your opinion. But we'll find out with time. Yeah, we will find out with time. Santos should seriously understand the Kante. That should be CFC's approach towards his development. And we have him there as the rotational player there. He's big for his age. He's a huge player. He's a big kid. And I think that will go a long way providing physicality. Yep, strong also in the midfield area. Mudryk lose ball control after every sprint. Okay, that's your observation. It's the same you that were arguing start Mudryk on the right. He's good. He's going to do that on the right. Is Starling a physical? He's asking you, Roger. How about your boy Gallagher? Did you look at Havertz and see a muscle specimen? You don't have a lot of physical players. Okay. Roger, England play always like that. Go ahead, Roger. You were saying something?
No, it's like if you look at, for instance, they have low center of gravity. If you look at Havertz, for instance, that you mentioned, He doesn't have a low center of gravity, but he's tenacious, shall we say. He fights for the ball. He's seldom muscled off the ball, especially by lesser centre backs. He's the opposite of someone of what's his name, Pulisic. I'm sorry, Pulisic doesn't. He just doesn't have the physicality. He doesn't. At least he hasn't displayed it thus far. You know, it's. But then again, you know, you see him when he's on form. He was Chelsea's best player for half the season. You know, he just. Plus, he has injury issues.
No, staying fit is a huge problem. Even when he starts showing a good performance, it isn't an issue. Left number 8.
But when he is healthy, coach, and he's in form, he's an amazing player. There is no doubt about it. I rate Pulisic, but he has, shall we say, deficiencies, and I use that term politely. And he lacks consistency due to those deficiencies. That's what I'm trying to say.
Give me names for left number 8. I have Mudryk, I have Pulisic, Felix also.
Yes,
but he's
Felix
not. We're not
also.
sure. We haven't signed him on a permanent, so we can't until we do that.
Coach, I think we should include him. I think he's a slam dunk. I'd be very surprised if he isn't on our roster next year.
All right, he's on the list. Let's see who this guy's
so on the left-hand side, you've got Mudryk, you've got Joao Felix.
I added Felix and I added Pulisic.
Yeah,
I added Pulisic, yeah.
I'm trying to think who else. Would you put Cardi there?
No. Cardi should be somewhere central here.
Yeah,
Even as a false 9, I would take him. He's tall. But I think he should play a bit deeper, not as a false 9, because he can drive with the ball. Nagelsmann is better than Potter. Imagine we'd let Nagelsmann go to Spurs. It would be painful to a lot of Chelsea fans, but that's the least of my concern, really. Roger is called football, not airball. Okay. You must have a go at Roger if you say something right. I have nothing against Maguire. I'm talking about Mr. Declan Rice. Okay, we'll move on from that. We're talking about the lineup now. Please speak about the lineup. We do not spend a big on defensive midfielders. Let's scout, go cheap of the size. One stock in the midfield. Okay, let's see. This one, Codner is same height like Rice. Mr. Deborah, okay. Xhaka, Potter is average with Chelsea. Let's see, what else do we have here that I have to read? Tuchel is better than Potter. How can anyone make a case of a player not being physical enough when 90% of the attack are built like schoolboys? No offense to the schoolboys on here.
We do, Coach. We have an abundance of what I would describe as finesse players. You know that we do.
Potter never won. Yep, that's the truth. Potter never won anything. Is a neat winner. Okay, Coach, you forgot to mention Kai is in that poll for right side. I bet you will forget him. No, I didn't forget him. I know where I want to prioritize him. But even though I had him on the right hand side, but nobody picked him, probably because they don't think he's going to start there. We're not doing this with what we think Graham Potter would do. We're doing this based on what we think is the best, given the players we have. But I get where you're coming from. No, you don't have Felix. Felix is still an Atletico Madrid player. That's how I see it. And there are other people showing interest right now. When I say Kolo Muani, could you don't say I refuse to. I have my opinion. I don't have to agree with you. But maybe you say I didn't agree with you. Kolo Muani is a French dunk striker, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Am I mixing up names here? Some people have issues with his finishing, but it's not up to me. If the club wants him, let's get him. Low center of gravity, Roger. Pulisic is 5'10", Havertz is 6'3". He's as flimsy as Pulisic. Where his chicken plate? Oh my goodness. Rich James hamstring injury again. Yeah, that's concerning. I imagine we have Maguire at the set piece. We will be invisible. Okay. Kolo Muani is class. Okay, I think I need to research him even more. Felix and Kolo Muani are not Chelsea players. That's the point. Coach, is this Enrique's new lineup? Let's go. I don't know. Mr. Eugene, my bro, big up to you. So, Roger, you have any statement to make with the left side 8?
No, not really. I mean, can I ask you a question, actually, if I
Go
may?
ahead.
Who would you start in your front three? I want to hear what you would start. If you were the coach, seriously, who would you pick? Because I haven't heard
Here's
you
the thing.
say.
Okay, let's say this. It's fluid. We'll know it always stays
No,
fluid.
I agree. I totally agree. Go for
Right?
it. Go for it.
I know, again, Raheem Sterling has experience.
True.
I'd
But
rotate this.
I'm
I
not-
like this. I would do this the way it is right now.
You would start
Sterling or
there.
Madueke. Even though I haven't seen Madueke play as this again in this structure as an 8, he's played for us as a winger.
Yes.
But I think, given the way he applies himself, I sense he's capable of playing as an 8 here. He drives for the ball, which again, but I'm not sure in terms of the other aspect, which is important, being an 8. His pressing, I'm not too sure. Even Raheem Sterling's pressing, I'm not too sure. Because that's important, being an 8, whether it's no matter how you see it. On the left-hand side, I will Mudryk, because Mudryk is a player I know very well. I know him very well even before he joined Chelsea. I know what he's capable of doing.
Sure.
And I'm serious. I think this guy, what he would do for us, nobody have seen it yet. I know what some people are quick to judge him, but like Arado mentioned, we saw a bit of what he's capable of doing in that game where he came on as a sub against Liverpool, where Ziyech found him on 2 occasions, but he was too unlucky. Probably because he hasn't played with Ziyech that much to know how much pace he adds to the passes.
Right.
He nearly dribbled his way through to face the goalkeeper and all that, and he created the chance for what's his name, Conor Gallagher, which he couldn't find his foot to finish. So he's shown the potential he can play as an 8, but I have to see that more often. But I think we could see more from him. I don't know. Do I answer your question?
Yeah. So I no, actually it hasn't, because I asked for the front three. So who's your front
Okay, you
three?
one more player?
Yes, please.
Then we have a problem now.
Houston, we have a problem. yeah, exactly.
Nkunku is there. Maybe
Okay.
we do need a spreadsheet, maybe.
So you would leave Kai out. See, I wouldn't start Sterling there.
No, I wouldn't leave. Here's the thing: I wouldn't leave Kai out. He still fits in.
So you're
Even
missing
on the left
Cal.
hand side, I can start. You could say Nkunku rotating with Mudryk. Then centrally here, but I think the best way here would be let's say Nkunku rotating with Kai. Let's go like that. Nkunku here, because he can play as a forward, not just stereotypical number 9 application. Then you have Havertz here. That doesn't mean any of them is a starter and the other one is a bench warmer.
I totally get it.
So Nkunku can stand here, and Kai also will be the guy here.
Right. So what
Kai
about,
can do that.
What about Joao? Mudryk and Joao on the left?
Maybe, Mudryk and Joao on the left. Yeah, I think that's a perfect one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go. Let's go.
Listen,
we've signed Mudryk on a permanent. Let's start with Mudryk. And by the way, those in the chat picked him. 50% picked him. Go ahead, Roger. You were saying something. Sorry.
This is seriously a deep squad. With
it
talent.
is deep in the attacking area, especially.
I'm talking about with talent, with absolute talent. This is a very deep squad. If you allow them, assuming that they're not injured, and assuming that they don't leave the club in the next 2 years, if they play together and build a cohesiveness, just like Liverpool's front three did, you will see on paper potentially a devastating front three. Alternating, obviously, because you're going to have substitutes, you're going to rotate, etc. This is on paper. This is delicious, as you would say. Yeah, this is. I mean, seriously, look at those 6 players, and plus you've got Pulisic also in the thing. You've got Mudryk, Pulisic, and Joao on the left.
So let's say, given this structure, I think Joao has played again more in this structure as in on the left hand side. So let's start with Joao. But I wanted us to prioritize Mudryk, given that we've signed him on a permanent. Joao will not show us.
I get it. I totally.
So let's start with Mudryk there.
Yeah.
Let's prioritize Mudryk, and then we go with second here. And plus, let's do a vote. Mudryk is our player, right? let's do a vote with Pulisic. He's our player permanently. Pulisic is our player permanently until he leaves. Joao isn't yet. So let's do a vote here. Who rotates with Mudryk?
You see the amount of depth there is now. It's beautiful.
Yeah, there's depth there. Yeah. Which is why I'm saying there's a chance the club will not prioritize Joao. Forget everything we're hearing.
Sure.
Honestly.
No, I understand what you're saying, but that's on the pretense that Pulisic doesn't leave. Does Pulisic leave? Perhaps.
Pulisic's leaving sounds easy, or it sounds easy to a lot of people, but I don't think the club will let him go just like they will try to keep him.
For multiple reasons, yes.
For multiple reasons, beyond footballing reason, they'd like to keep him. Plus, he's a good player on his day. Maybe he can improve. We don't know.
Yes, he possesses immense marketing value too, especially in the American marketplace. Yes, I get it. That they understand his value intrinsically speaking, off the pitch.
Okay, let me just ask the question. Just give me. So we have Pulisic there. To me, I think we should just plug in again, but let's put Joao there because people consider him. We have Joao. Who else? Any other player there on the left-hand side? I don't think so. There's any. I don't think there's any other person. And by the way, it wasn't us that left out. We didn't leave out. We didn't leave out Mount. People voted him out. Yeah, because he was included in the vote. So we have, and this structure doesn't accommodate everybody. So we have Maguire at Chelsea will make us a relegation candidate. Don't answer the question, Coach. It's a trap.
No, it wasn't.
What question is he talking about? What question is Timmer talking about?
I wasn't. I was a genuine. Oh, hold on. Mudryk, Sterling, and Felix. Now, see, I wouldn't have Sterling as my starter. You know how I feel about him.
Yeah, I know, but I think he's been effective on the right-hand side.
Checkmate. I concede that. And it was to my delight, by the way, because if he succeeds, Chelsea succeeds. I don't have anything personal against him. I just don't rate him that highly. I do rate Madueke, but you could have Joao or Havertz play on the right or Nkunku. It's so fluid, it's so dynamic. There's 4 amazing players that could start in those 3 positions. And then you have another 3 to 4 supplementary players, if I may call them that are starting material in any other team. This is a wonderful dilemma to have. And this is what it is. It's a perfect dilemma.
It is what it is, yeah. Speaking of Nagelsmann and Enrique are available, get them in. Talbi, wake up. Enrique has left the Spanish national team. On what we have seen so far, Stalin, Felix, Kai, that has worked. Here's the thing: I think we have to leave out Felix at this point because he's not. You can say he's a Chelsea player now. He's on loan. Let's keep it like that. If that changes, we can always come back and change this. So let's reduce the dilemma a bit. Go ahead,
Coach. Can I ask you a question? Percentage-wise, what do you think, in your estimation, is the percentage chance of Joao becoming a Chelsea player permanently?
Let's talk about this. Now, if the club wants to keep Pulisic, which I see they will try to keep him.
Sure.
Because I get it. He has his deficiencies, but he's a big game player. He doesn't lack confidence.
I agree.
All he lacks is just, to me, more importantly, fitness.
On game, he's direct, he's dynamic, he's fluid, he's a wonderful player.
Exactly. I like players that don't shy away from taking on opposition players.
Exactly.
He needs to stay fit, and whenever he gets a chance, be consistent. And let his father stay out of his footballing business.
Yeah.
And please don't try to write another book. Retire first. Concentrate. So here's the thing. But that's, by the way, if the club of which I know they will try to keep him.
Yeah,
I know it's going to be difficult because you have to guarantee him game time.
It's up to him,
keep him. Sorry?
It's up to, actually, whether he stays or not is basically up to him for all intents.
It's up to him, yeah. If he sees that the squad is too jammed, then he's going to be a bit popular, starting every now and then and coming off the bench sometimes. I think he's going to ask to leave. And he knows that he means more than just a footballer for any club that signs him.
Yes,
he knows that. Yeah, and which is why, again, the business aspect of the whole thing is another reason why the club would want to keep him. So we have Mudryk on that left hand side. Who else? Even Sterling can play on the left hand side, right?
Yeah.
And if Mount stays, which there's still a possibility he stays, which means Sterling will be automatically in this particular structure. Sterling will be moved to the left hand side. That's like 4 players right now.
Yes. It's a very deep squad.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. The club may well look at that, and if they are going to go for a striker that will cost 100 million plus or even 70 million, we're not going to be spending that much to keep Felix. And Atletico will not sell anything less than anything that's going to be around 70, 80 million. They've already said that. And he put pen to paper for a new contract before he left. So if we're to believe the rumors that we're looking to sign a top striker as Osimhen, which I don't condone the club should go for reasons of how Potter approaches the game and the players we have, they're going to starve him off service. He's going to get frustrated and all that, and the fans will turn on him. But that's, by the way, I don't think the club will be spending much on Felix. I think Felix may have been, let's get him first. Let him help us solve the problem we have right now, make it to top 4 or win the Champions League. I think, but if we win the Champions League, I think we may well have enough money to keep him.
Coach,
because of revenue.
You haven't answered the question. It's a mathematical 100%. So you haven't answered the wow. Are you sure you didn't go to whose attorney are you, Coach? You're good.
So go ahead. What
my question was, what is the percentage chances of us keeping him?
Let's say 50-50. I'd go with 50-50.
That's fair.
Forget everything we're hearing. We're hearing in the news. First of all, we shouldn't even believe in what the media is saying. First, they said we don't have an option to buy him. First, they say there's an option if we want to buy him. And then coming back again, Felix himself said there's no option to buy him. If we want to buy him, then at the end of everything, we have to talk to Atletico Madrid. Yeah, so it's difficult, really. But that's, by the way, no, this is Porter's lineup. I don't think this is Porter's lineup. We're not thinking who Porter picks or not. We're trying to pick the best. Let's see what we have here. Sterling and Madueke, of course. This guy, he's painted that guy. Okay, let's see what we have here. Pulisic scored a hat-trick on his second debut for Chelsea. Roger, a second from open play and one header. I think it was a perfect hat-trick.
Right.
One header, left foot, right foot. I remember that. You weren't questioning his physical. Listen, Roger's argument has grounds. I don't know how else to phrase it, but that's, by the way, he recognizes Pulisic is a good player. And he can do that. After all, Ziyech at a certain point became even more physical, if that makes sense. Pulisic and Mudryk is realistic. Yep. I think that's what is going to happen there. We're not sure about Joao Felix. If we sign him, then we can make adjustment. One place that defend 1-0 lead. Draw to Everton, lose to Arsenal. Coach, now press the reset button. We have another structure lined up there. We're going to go into that a bit, and we'll call it a day because I know Roger will need to go take a break. Roller also, there's a chance he's at work. 4-4-2.
Oh, ouch.
Well, that's actually the structure the Nigerian coach used yesterday. A surplus of attackers and no midfield. I think you could argue we actually have lots of midfielders. What's his name? Mount is a midfielder. You can call him that. Gallagher is a midfielder. Conor Gallagher is a midfielder. Kasade, who may well come back after his loan, is a midfielder. What's his name? Ampadu is a midfielder, and he still comes back. So we're loaded in that area, actually. Mudryk Pulisic, a Pulisic sub may be due to his him being injury prone. We're not sure who's going to be starting over the other, but I think it makes sense to be Pulisic. Coach, Apple spreadsheet has limited rows. Microsoft Excel will fit it all. I agree with you. Next season, FC, I don't see about next season. Let's see what happens there. What about Haaland and Mbappe and Vinicius? Time goes up. If we get them, we'll consider them. Every year it brings some new and better players. Maybe the club should start doing that. Rahayu 343, aka 343 Dilemma. Although I would love to see an on-form Pulisic starting games, he's unplayable when he's on. Yep, because he can be he can unsettle defense. He doesn't shy away from taking out the opposition players. Jacka, you're definitely Potter's agent. You and Roger. So okay, no midfield and no finishes. Yes, that's why. Here's the thing: the reason I've been saying we shouldn't be aiming to get your stereotypical number 9, because if you get the stereotypical number 9 and Potter continues to deploy a fluid approach, number 9s usually they like a situation where once we get to the final third, let it be all about them. Channel everything through them. You only get a chance to score when they jump deep and find you. And a player, that's why I'm arguing a player like Osimhen that has played like that all his life. In this structure, I think he will struggle. The way we play, our application, I think he will struggle. I'm not saying he's a bad player. He's an excellent striker, really. But go watch the game Bobby talked about, the Nigerian game. I watched it. He struggled, not because he's a bad player, because the same issue I feel like he's going to have at Chelsea was what he had for the Nigerian squad. Star-studded, by the way. But because they applied themselves differently and they haven't played with him for a while, and the manager's approach, he struggled. Go ahead, Roger, you want to say something?
Listen, I know this would never transpire because of the two teams in question. Because of Tottenham and Chelsea, it would never transpire. But do you think Kane would do well with Chelsea in our system?
Kane is the type of striker I would take anytime, any day.
So
Kane is like the saying: if the mountain doesn't come to the Mohammed goes to the mountain. Yeah. Kane is that sort of number 9. Yeah. Even if he starts here, he reads the game. Kane can actually play in a 10 position, but he starts at number 9. He reads the game so well that if it is here, if Mudryk makes run here or if Sterling makes run here, he finds them with an excellent pass. That's how good he is. That's sort of number 9. You could argue that was why Tuchel wanted him. But go ahead.
You know, he's a very creative player. His crosses are crossed in a way that with which he wants to receive.
Yeah, go ahead, Richard. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, he understands what a total prototypical number 9, where that person needs to be. So when he is on the flank or deeper, he passes into the position with which he wants to receive that, because he understands runs. He understands how forward players break down the defensive line. And obviously he's coming deeper and deeper, which can be, shall we say, a disadvantage per se, because he should be in the box.
A disadvantage for Kante, who likes his striker to be stationed there and wait for the counter.
Yeah, no. He's very fluid, and I like that.
Yeah,
I think.
But on the ground put, I think he'll be excellent. Under Thomas Tuchel, I think he'll be excellent.
And it's clinical, coach.
I remember, Roger. Just quickly, sorry, I don't mean to cut you. Apologies, please. That was rude.
Go for it.
But here's the thing. You know, Thomas Tuchel wanted him, and Bayern also were rumored to be interested.
Oh yeah.
So, but you go ahead. Let's catch up with the chat.
Bayern's been on the radar for him for years. So I think because he's clinical, I think, like, if you look at the opportunities that we have missed this season, had Kane been playing for us this season, I think he would have put away a lot of opportunities. I mean, I love Joao Felix, don't get me wrong, but he has hit the post so often. It's ridiculous. Squandered opportunities. I think a player of his ilk would suit Chelsea very much. But I think there is less than 1% realistically of him coming to Chelsea. 1% less. And I'm not exaggerating.
You should go in the minors.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it will ever transpire, unfortunately.
All right, let me catch up with the chat. Let's see if we can have time to touch the other lineup a bit. Maybe the back line, the easier of the whole thing. Coach, this team is elite and more than capable of promoting us back to the Premier League in 2024. Pulisic has not has number 1 shirt in the US, and given them at one time globally he came second to I think only Lionel Messi.
Yeah,
but that comes down to the population of the country in question. That makes sense. Let's see what we have here. It's beautiful, but who can guarantee this will be beautiful in the future? Depends on our other teams, because every New Year's Yep, exactly. New talents coming. I agree with you. Let's see what else we have here. I'm gonna show the agenda against Pulisic is strong in Roger. I know you're just having fun, but that's by the way. Will Joao even join us if we don't secure Champions League? We don't know.
That's a good question.
We don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. We don't know either. And I intentionally didn't want to talk about that, but we don't know. I think he may well find it difficult again, if other, like Manchester City, they were interested and other clubs were interested too. But let's see what happens. Coach, this team is weak. We have injury-prone players in the team. It's a mix that, again, Havertz or Nkunku starts here. But chances are, if Nkunku starts here, Havertz starts somewhere else there. But we're just mixing it up. But I get your argument. Let's see what else we have here. Sterling has 10. Is that 10 goals? Was that 10 goals a season? Is that what you're saying there? Mudryk is not defensively ready to be first choice left forward. Some argument there. That's why we're making it again 8, not like a 3-4-3 where he becomes a forward. But that's a solid argument. I understand that, but we don't have enough sample size actually to come to that conclusion. I've watched him long enough to know actually defensively he can do well. He can run after the fastest player and stop them. But let's see what happens, Coach. We're buying a goalkeeper. Don't forget. Are you certain about that?
Well, yeah, I think if Mendy leaves, I think we're going to need at least a number 2, assuming Slonina doesn't fit that bill. He has to prove himself.
So,
he has to prove himself. There is a void if theoretically Mendy does leave.
Yeah, Chapili Combi said Mudryk is an amazing player, just need time. I remember Hazard and Marco Marine, they didn't make the first 11 immediately. Well, you shouldn't even talk about Marco Marine.
Yeah. What happens here? Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Look, Enzo quality immediately. What about Mudryk? Okay. Coach, we cannot count Nkunku and not Felix. We count Nkunku because it's done and dusted. Even what's the club he played for? Is it Leipzig, actually? Yeah. I think even the president did say something with regards to him departing for Chelsea. The contract situation for both is unconfirmed. I know Nkunku is confirmed. Forget Chelsea not announcing that. Felix already starts before Pulisic. No chance we go into next season relying on him. Here's the thing. We haven't signed Felix yet. If we sign him, but I get your argument. But in terms of Nkunku, I think that deal is done. Be rest assured. Lukaku scored a hat-trick and 2-0. I'm not going to even consider talking, even if he scored 10 goals in a single game. Todd Bowley buying back the 200 million and don't speak. Okay, Coach, I've changed my opinion after Tuchel joined Bayern. It's Bayern that's going to win the Champions League. Okay, let's see what happens. When's the last time a player scored a hat-trick for Chelsea? I don't remember. Kai Havertz, I think, is the last person. Isn't he? In a cup game. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Maybe.
Club wants to sign Tuchel because he wants the 2021. Yep, maybe. Fedad, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Bobby says, my starting front 3, Felix, Nkunku, and Havertz rotating with a Pulisic, Sterling, and a new striker. Wingers are redundant. But you have to work with give us your choices, given what we have right now. Because usually during the summer, we freshen up the lineup. But we're working with what we have now to keep us busy. Wingers are redundant with wing backs. Yep, that's the truth. We know that. Wow, that lineup, Coach, but with Potter in charge, I feel like I'm flying Spirit Airline. Okay. Cover should be starting ahead of Enzo. This is not saying who starts over each other. This is just saying when this particular player isn't playing, the other one start. You could say if Kova isn't playing, Enzo start. I get it. But let's just go with that. Kusila, the midfield listings show why we're okay. What would you have done differently? Whenever Roger says, can I ask you a question, Coach? Just say no, Coach. Maybe I should start doing that. Thank you, bro Chimera, for reminding me. I will start doing that. Kane problem is age is not worth 100 million. We're not going to pay anything close to that. Coach, now I understand why CFC keeps sending players to Medic's room they don't have enough space in the gym to fit everyone at the same time. That's a solid argument, really. Yeah, Roger Kane is, but too old for big money. Roger, I'm sure Roger wouldn't agree for us to pay 100 million for him. I'm gradually rotating him with Enzo. We still need cover. Yeah, we need him. I agree. Sell Kepa and buy Jean Oblak. Oblak, his ability on the ball, questionable for me. I know he's done well for Atletico. He's a good shot stopper.
Yeah.
He's a good shot stopper, yeah. But I'm not sure about his ability on the ball. Jan Oblak, but yeah, let him stay at Athletic. I don't think they even let him go. Coach, take out Pulisic. He's only got 16% of the poll. For what?
Really?
Yeah, but we don't have Felix yet. That's where the argument comes in. We don't have Felix. Is not our player. That's the argument I'm making there. I'm trying to get to what I see. The class said there. I don't want Kane 100 million. No, nobody is saying we're paying that much money for him.
I would.
Until Enzo can do what cover does, we should prioritize cover. A proven winner for us. I'd rather two of them playing in a midfield three with Kante. I wouldn't say prioritize one over the other. I think they've been good offensively. It's just defensively is where I'm concerned. Is this a replay of last night? No, we're just completing the work because we're not just throwing in names. And we usually start with talking about discussing news. And, inadvertently, we get into talking about Potter also because he's the elephant in the room. So it stretches the whole thing. But big up to you, my bro, Declan. Much love to you. I hope you're doing well. Oblak is still best goalkeeper for some people because somebody of TV pundits say that 10 years ago, people rate players by their names. Oblak is a good goalkeeper, but I'm not sure about his feet. Kepa should leave before Mendy. Waste of money and space. I wouldn't say that. We've gotten some value out of him. He's the reason we won the Club World Cup. He's the reason we got to the final of the Carabao Cup that we lost to Liverpool. He's the reason we won the Super Cup to penalties. UEFA Super Cup. So we've gotten our value, if that makes sense. Coach, freshening up this lineup is so big, we don't even know who's where. Yeah, exactly. So it's not that simple. Big up Declan. Much love to you. Leaving Nkunku like that, I'm happy. I'm happy too. Coach and Roger, please approach the bench.
Coach?
Yes, brother.
Yes. I think let's not kid ourselves. Let's just leave Havertz out of that 9th position.
Really?
I mean, look at the productivity. Look at what he has done. Let's leave. It's not. I don't know why coaches have decided to keep playing him there with the excuse that there's nobody. There's that rule. So let's leave that. It's just constantly a bad decision to always play him there. The productivity is poor.
But he doesn't play solely in that position. He's fluid.
No. I understand. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that the option of Nkunku, yes, fine. But saying Havertz is a backup is never a backup. Let's just leave that out. Let's leave that. Look, let's count how many games he has played in that position. How many goals he has scored. Productivity is poor.
He's our leading goal scorer.
No, let's leave
right
that
now.
out.
Yeah.
See,
he's our leading goal scorer.
Let's let him drop, Roger, then you can comment.
The earlier we start having an option other than Havertz for that 9, the better for us. Havertz is a better guy playing right behind the striker or in the 8th position.
I totally
so let's just leave that talk about Havertz is one because he scored a few goals. No.
Roger, you now understand where he's coming from.
Yes. He is quote unquote being played out of position, but he's not solely left as a prototypical number 9. He
it's
moves
a fluid
around.
application.
It's very fluid. So you
I like
can
doing a tapping on you, Roger. Sorry.
But it's true though. You could say he starts in that position, but look at his heat map and look at the highlights. He's all over
I
the
agree
place.
with Roger.
Yeah.
I agree with you that he's fluid.
We're agreeing on the same thing. We're agreeing on the
true.
same thing. Because look at him when he plays for Germany. He plays as the second striker. I totally agree. And he looks amazing when he plays for his country.
Yeah.
So I totally agree. But having him in the starting lineup doesn't really matter to me. In fact, for all three of the players, because they interchange quite often. If this wasn't the case, then I would say you are correct. But for me, I think he's a very talented and elite player. I really do.
And I agree with that. I do agree
Yeah,
with that.
but you're right though. But I think it's a bit unfair to say he solely plays the number 9. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know, I would listen in this formation here. We don't have Kai as the number. We don't have Kai. I would have Kai start instead of Sterling on the right hand side, based on the fact that he would be interchanging with all over the field. I would all day long pick Kai over Sterling, in my humble opinion. I don't know about you, chaps. Would you, Coach?
No,
Would
no,
you,
I agree with you. I think I would.
I
do
agree
the
with
same.
you, Roger.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that.
Let me. Go ahead.
There's no way I would. I don't think, with all due respect to Sterling, he brings a lot of positive attributes, like his leadership, like his pace, etc. And he makes very intelligent runs to the near and far post. But I don't think he's even in the same league as Kai Havertz, in my opinion. I think Kai brings a lot more to the table. Plus, aerially speaking, he's vastly superior. Sterling doesn't even go up for the ball half the time, or most of the time. He doesn't even challenge.
You know what I think, Roger. I agree with you. I think I'm with you on what you just said.
I agree.
Sterling for me is we bought Sterling with the mental, or rather with the idea that Sterling is going to do the things he did in Man City and all of that.
Yes.
But unfortunately, he's on the downward trend. That's the truth.
I've never rated him, but you know what though?
He's on the downward. Even at that, he's on the downward trend. So
I think
the idea that
Vivel,
these guys are going to be starters, they're going to do something. They're not going to do more than they have done before. Sterling is not going to be doing something greater than what he has done before. His productivity is going to keep going down.
Sure, don't forget Sterling. Hold on 1 second, Coach. Coach, just let me say this one thing very briefly. Don't forget, when Sterling was purchased, he was our second purchase, if I'm not mistaken. And he was purchased with Ted Bowley acting as the football director or sporting director. I think had Winstanley and Vivel been in that position already in their posts, I don't think they would have gone after Sterling. I don't believe that would have been the case.
Yeah, I think they would have looked into it more. But that's, by the way, get me the Argentine striker from City. He would have slide in like butter. Wow.
Yeah,
I like that. Is this the same player Bobby talked about? What's his name?
Yeah, exactly. I forget.
Alvarez, what's his name?
It could be Alvarez or Martinez, something like that. He is.
He would. Okay, he was. Go ahead, Roger, if you were still saying something.
Yeah, I've only seen him play a few times, and I must admit, he's very technical, Coach. Very. And he makes.
But we're not going to be able to buy him. That's the way Pep operates. When did he join them?
Recently.
We can't buy him.
Yeah,
it's Pep's way. He gets the chance to start the starting games soon.
The only way he goes if he says, "Listen, Pep, I need to move." Yeah, that's the only way he leaves, and I don't think he'll do that yet.
So, all right, let me catch up on the chat. He's slicing like butter. He's so similar to Lautaro Martinez. I wanted Lautaro Martinez on the Thomas Tuchel. Would you take Firmino on a free? I would take him given his experience, but no guarantee starting place. And leadership also, yep. We will have this lineup exercise again at the end of next month, just for content's sake. Correct?
Hey, Coach, we need to do one with a back four formation, though, Coach.
Yeah, we have to do this, but we're not starting this. The 4-2-3-1, we have to do this one. We still have to do 4-3-3. It's a good exercise. It keeps the conversation going so well. But I thought you on my side. I don't like you no more, I have you. Go ahead, Roger.
Coach, for the back four formation, what are you going to pick, 4-2-3-1 or 4-3-3?
We'll do both. We'll still do 4-2-3-1. We'll still do 4-3-3 because if you know, he likes to mix it up quite a lot.
By the way, just to let you know, Argentina won the World Cup with a 4-4-2.
Oh, yeah. I know that. I know that myself, but it's very rare to see managers go with that these days.
International managers, you mean? Yeah. This was
traditionally
where
will
English
we play?
Formation.
Yeah. You're talking about Dominic. I don't trust we're going to sign him until we sign him. Dominic, was his last name Slide? The rumors are that we've completed the signing. We're on the verge of completing the signing, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe that. It just reminds me of the case of Vadio. So until we sign him first, then we'll talk about him. That Fofana will be on loan. I think so, maybe. Hey, coach, we need a maximum goal poacher, and that is Harry Kane. Also, sell a Mount, please. That's Funsho. Salami, nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for saying that. But good luck with Harry Kane. Coach, my mom said that she's spotted in. I'm not going to answer your question.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, if she's spotted in, she's spotted in. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to answer your question. We are playing a fluid 3. Yep, in the last few games, they keep swapping places. Yep, it's not stable. So I agree with that. Bobby Fairview, I always like to see your comments here.
Coach,
let's see what you say this time. Why are we planning to start the new season with players out of position? Mudryk is not an inside forward, and it's now well established. What Havertz is not a number 9. Here's the thing. It's a fluid approach, and I get it. Mudryk may well tend to drift to the left, which causes a problem here, which makes the wing back row redundant. But we've seen him there. Potter tried it out. What game? The last 2 games? I think it was the draw against Everton, and he was effective. And I think with practice, he learned to play the inside forward role. Or maybe it could be a flat 3 where what he does here is combined with this guy, if it's a flat front 3, if that makes sense. So he need to, he need to, you can say, start learning how to apply himself in this position. Otherwise, he'd only sit out whenever we play with this structure, if that makes sense. I get it. Even Noni Madueke, I'm well acquainted to the way Noni plays, that I'm sure it won't take him time to adapt to playing as an inside forward or as a second 8 here. The way he drives to the ball and the way he plays. And he tends to drift in towards inside the pitch more often than stay on the flanks, if that makes sense. That's just the argument. But remember, here it is Sterling who starts here. Even Sterling is a winger, but he's played it with this, again, maybe in a flat 3. And he's done well. So this is not necessarily, doesn't mean, it may not be a 3-4-2-1. It could be 3-4-3 with a front 3. Then this guy, let's just go with that, because that's usually how he starts. But it doesn't matter anyway. It's a fluid approach. I think they will still do well. Maybe needs to adapt with time. But I get what you're understanding. And Havertz's role, we will see him positioned as a 9 guy, but usually we see him playing deep when the game starts. It's more like the way Kane applies himself. His position as a number 9, but as the game starts, you see him deep, providing for his teammates, if that makes sense. Sorry, just give me a second there. My hand is itching to click. I just clicked it out. But that's, by the way, we'll move on. But a solid argument right there. It won't be easy. I think they're going to struggle a bit. Why Mr. Speaker talk about stick them to one position? We're in 2023. Forward area. Hey, coach, we need a maximum goal poacher. I think you said that before, and I've read it. Talking about Chelsea now gives me a headache. This club has so many problems. It's insane. Wow. Kachila, where we will fit, like I said, we haven't signed him until we sign him. The spotter needed to go on a rant like Conte to get sacked. Maybe. And I think, answering this question, I think Madueke, I think he will easily adapt to the inside forward role, if that makes sense. Or again, even if it's a flat 3 off front, if that makes sense. But let's see what happens. It's not a number 9 or 10. It's a forward area. That's the best way to put it these days. It depends on and given Potter's approach, let's say forward area. The spotter. Yeah, go ahead.
Coach, yes, forward area, yes, we're using that. Of course, we know that in modern football, it's more fluid than it used to be before. It's not sticking to one position. But at the end of the day, you need that guy that can stick it at the back of the net.
Yeah.
There are some people that just can't do it. And unfortunately, we don't have people. I mean, even Sterling, let's look at Sterling. Even Sterling, when he was playing for City, you know how many chances Sterling will get before he score a goal, they will create and create and create and create. So what we're saying, we're not
He's not
necessarily saying, we
clinical.
understand that the front three has to be fluid, but you still need that point man that would stick, that knows where the goalpost is, knows, he doesn't look, but he knows how to aim for the post. That kind of player. And I would say also that not a traditional nine, but it's still a nine, fluid nine.
Mm.
You know that position. We
Then
shouldn't
you and
just
I, if you say not a traditional nine, then you and I were saying the same thing.
Yeah.
yeah. Not a traditional, but when I mean a nine, I mean that guy that has the, yes, you have a winger mentality or wing play mentality, but that guy that has that instinct for knowing where to put that ball. When he's
Mhm.
one on one, he knows it's not one on one. Oh, he missed it, and oh, the keeper did well. No, no, no. The guy that knows how to stick the ball in the back of the net. We're talking. Just one. Whatever you call it, traditional or fluid nine or whatever. But we should have more than just um, whoever that nine is going to be. We should, if we have Datro sitting on the bench, it's better. We can't just depend on forward players. We have seen that the so-called forward players, they are not scoring goals. They are not. They are not giving us. They are scoring, but in bits and pieces.
Not
So we
consistently.
need that guy that can put the ball in the back of the net. Yeah, in my humble opinion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we've lacked that since what's his name? With Kante, the forgot his name. But yeah, we Diego Costa. We've missed that person since
Guys,
Diego.
oh, sorry. Let me just quickly chip this in. Do you guys watch the Legends game with I think UNICEF? You know, there were two goals that Didier scored in that game. Man,
Really?
I missed that nine position. I was saying to myself, if we had a Didier in our present Chelsea team, look, oh man, I just I can't imagine.
Yeah,
Just that
there will never be.
movement.
Unfortunately, there will never be another DDA. If anything, we'll get a
Yeah.
better player or a player who's not a DDA. It's players different, but I get it. I think it's something else. Java is very
These
different.
players don't grow on trees.
No, they don't. And you don't culture them, if that makes sense. But I get your point, Erraro. Clearly, this is a strategy of Bali to keep the fans busy with a permutation and combination of front three, all the while forgetting Potter out. Well, it works. I really find it very difficult to see how Rogers' arguments are objective. Too much sentimentality. Okay, at least you're speaking English there. Sterling's decision are bad, not high football IQ for his level of football. Okay, coach, we just cannot escape it. No matter what we say or do, it always comes back to ground. But that's the truth. He's the elephant in the room. Maybe I should create my own channel and call it the Chelsea, the Chelsea with no perspective. Maybe you go ahead and believe me, I'll come onto the panel there. We want goals and more goals, not this fluidity nonsense. But until you sign that player, yeah, we don't have one now. We have to make do with what we have. Until we sign that player, we can't have that player in that lineup. That's why we will remain taint forever. Fluidity is not going to take Chelsea up the table. Let's sign the players first. 4-4-3 without a goalkeeper. Sterling is a better player than Havertz in a central position, but Havertz gets priorities because of rare, crucial goals. There's some argument there.
We
Formation
haven't
depends on
actually
results.
played Sterling so much in that central role. If you play him there, then you see the worst of Sterling. Because so for someone thinking that Sterling, I mean, if you play against big defenders and midfielders, they're going to muscle him out of the game. And Sterling is not the same Sterling of a couple of years ago. So just have that one.
Yeah, in the immortal, yep, thank you for that. In the immortal words of Pep, we had Messi. Enzo played in that Argentina and Benfica. We are lucky we gave Real Madrid. We gave Real Madrid because we got Real Madrid because Tuchel would do revenge to Chelsea. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of that. Has Nagelsmann been announced yet? Nope. I'd be surprised if that happens. Let's see, talking to Fedit there. He's going to Tottenham. Maybe Tottenham would take Nagelsmann. I think so too. I think that guy's. Coach, can you input 177? We'll try that. Let's see what we have here. Fluid approach. Does that mean we? I'm not reading that, please, Kimso, because I'm gonna go to the very
hilarious.
bottom. Yeah, after Nagelsmann decided to join Tottenham, will it be like a fifth? Yeah, choice. I'll say it, Coach. I'm not gonna say it. So I've learned. You've seen. I did read quite a lot of stuff here. We should never gotten the American owners. I regret it. I don't think they're the problem. I think things will be fine. We need the fluid clinical 3 like a PhD.
That's another problem.
They're not the problem. No, I think we'll be good in the future. They were fluid, right? Yeah, I think they were. Let's say all 3 up front must have instinct. That would be ideal. That's just the truth. Let's see what else do we have here. I'm trying to round up as quickly as possible. Gabriel Jesus is also not traditional number 9. He's not at all. And I thought we were going to get him. Big up Kachila, the panel, and everyone in the chat. I am still waiting for us to make an approach for Nagelsmann. I know this will not happen. And sorry to know that you know it's not going to happen. And most likely will not happen. If it happens, I'll take it. No Stalin give you that we're running. Yeah, he's a good runner, and he reads the game. He makes good runs into the box. Just saying hello to you in there. If Roman was there, Graham Potter would have been kicked out of the club. No need even talking about that. Rich James withdrew from Ukraine's game as he sees no point in racing in hamstring against Mudryk. You're getting creative with that, right? Big up family, the Prince is here. Big up to you, one love. Please like it's important. Please like the stream. Nagelsmann has not yet turned sports. I heard he wants to assess his options in the summer. Maybe he's trying to see if he gets a Chelsea job. I don't know. But that's by the way, Roger, your final thoughts before we call it a day. I think we've streamed for 3 hours, 55 minutes. Just call it 4 hours. Tomorrow we'll try and give the 4-2-3-1 a shot, or maybe start with 4-3-3.
Sure.
Yeah.
My last thoughts, if you look at that lineup, if you look at the depth, not just the starting players, but the rotational players, bearing in mind, I'm not sure if next year we're allowed 5 substitutes or 3, but regardless, this is a very deep squad on paper, very deep. And listen, we haven't even mentioned, I think on the size of the squad, we need a 3rd player for each position also for rotational purposes, which the software you're using doesn't allow, obviously. But if you look on it, it's a very appealing and sumptuous squad we have on paper. They need to start playing together and gel. That only comes with repetition and time. I think the future looks very bright for Chelsea, regardless who's the coach. This level of talent it's outstanding when you consider a lot of these new acquisitions are very youthful and they're nowhere even close to reaching their prime. So I think as a Chelsea fan, we have a lot to be excited about going forward, in my opinion.
Yeah, thank you very much. How about you, Aurora? That again, the squad is deep, really, in the attacking area. Aurora, your thoughts on
also the defensive line, Coach. Also the defensive line. Look at it.
Because we're still going to add to that number. So after the loan players return.
Yes, I think I do agree that we do have a talented team, and really, we not just a squad. We do have a talented squad. But how we manage the squad for output,
that's true.
For productivity, is
application.
That's where the challenge is. And I would also say that I think the owners are building the right structures so that we can actually thrive in the future. But for now, because we are so used to success, all of that, it's clouding our judgment for the long term. Right. But I think we are on the right path. But the right decisions have to be made at the right time. Like I also said before,
Mm-hmm.
this is the time to take care of our ins and outs. And that also includes if it's the manager going out, let us make it let's let the owners make that decision early enough. So we get our next season going on even in the next season, I don't expect that we'll win the league, but I know we'll be right there because then we see something, we can see the progress. Right now, there's no progress in the team. There's not been progress in a long time. We're not playing any better. We're not scoring more goals. We're conceding. There's no progress. There's still players hanging on to. We have half of the players every time nursing one injury or the other. And I mean, these are things that, I would expect that club director, whatever, director of football, they should start to look at these things. We can't be having key players on the medical table, long parts of the season. We have to address those issues,
Yeah.
going
We
forward.
have to. Yeah, thank you so much.
In my hold
mhm.
on, I need to add this. In my humble
That's
opinion,
hilarious the way you said it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. That sounds like something Roger would do. I haven't dropped yet. Wait. But go ahead, Aurora.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Roger.
Likewise.
Bobby,
Thank you, gentlemen.
I did love being on here for the first time with all you guys, and this is what I enjoy the most. Talking about football and all of this stuff. Talking
And at the
about
same time, having
Chelsea in
fun.
particular. I enjoyed every bit of it. Roger, great guy. Bobby, great guy. Coach as ever, great man.
I
So
appreciate that.
thank you for
Much love.
letting me come on today. Thank you.
No, whenever you have time, you're part of the group. Whenever you see the link and you have time, jump on. Variations of opinions help people learn. Put two and two together, come to a sensible conclusion. That's what we'll do here. Let me catch up with the chat here. I don't know if anybody, Roger, if you have anything to add, that's right. Let me catch up with them.
Sure.
News out there is Chelsea keeping tabs on Julian Nagelsmann's situation. Nothing to keep tabs on. He's left Bayern. If you want to make a decision, make it. If you want to keep Potter, just look away. Imagine Tottenham with Nagelsmann. I think he has a lot of big name egos to deal with there. Their dream is coming true. Let's see what happens there. DJ Sav, let's say there will be quite many tears shed this summer when half of the squad will have to be sold. Does that affect preseason? In so many ways? Because it's like hitting the reset button. So let's see. I think the club have to start giving more game time to players they're sure they want to keep. True, just responding to Eugene. Coachella, hope resumes injury was okay. Here's the thing. According to who was that enlightened us on that? Was that Rahayu? He has a small hamstring injury, nothing serious, but maybe let's see. Him living in England was a precautionary measure. If he was, then he'd still stay with them. And so I'm not really sure what to make of it. But I'm starting to be concerned. There are also news out there saying that Nagelsmann does not want to join Spurs, and so Daniel Levy is looking at data-driven managers Thomas Frank. I think Frank would take that job. It's a step up for him, but he has to consider that carefully. Is he going to be able to deal with big egos there? I don't know. Mendy and Kovacic to Bayern Munich with Tuchel. If he wants Mendy, and I wish Mendy well. I think he needs a fresh start. I think he needs that really because he's a good goalkeeper. You guys still here? 4 hours. That's commitment. Constantine Dante, big up to you too, brother. I hope you're doing well. Mendy is going to Bayern Munich. Okay, let's see what happens. What do we have here? Up to Charles. What do we have again? Take care, all. Take care, you too, Dante. Much love to you too for actually, going around and then coming back to us. Sell Kepa to Bayern. I don't think Thomas Tuchel never trusted him. I don't think they'll buy him. Even for free, I don't think he'd take him really. So far, The coach hasn't shown a sign of improvement, and board need to act fast. Yeah, good luck to that. Sell Potter, yeah, find a buyer. True. Sell him and Kepa. Let's see what we have. Southgate is better than Potter. Ooh, okay. Take his boys with them. Coach, guess what? Potter out. It's not a long one, so I even saw everything before I got to that. Usually when it's wrong, a long sentence, I'll start reading, hoping it's something nice, then boom, something bad comes in. Potter should go to Spurs. Daniel Levy should poach Potter from Chelsea. Potter fits Spurs, that's it. Roger, anything else you want to say, or should we call it a day?
No, I think we've covered everything. I'm really looking forward to the other formations next time because...
Yep, the people in the chat, I asked them, should we continue with the lineup exercise tomorrow in braces 4-3-3? 85% says yes, 50% said no. I think we're going to do it because it's a good exercise, and we do mix it up. We do have other conversations and then come back to it. So thank you so much, Roger. I can now thank you enough. I appreciate you finding time to join. So we let Broya and Dutra out for loan, right? We're not sure that's going to happen. But I don't think Broya he'd be starting like that. Again, this is just starting. Well, we're working with the fit players, and what's his name? This doesn't include everybody in the squad. There's no way to accommodate them all, if that makes sense. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Roger, can you help me?
No, that's true. There's I would say there's space enough that we need a third option for each position for all intents and purposes.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we cannot accommodate everybody there. And as things change, then we'll refresh. So thank you. I hope you're doing well, Michael M. Coach, by the time we finish lineups, the squad will change. Good way to go. Yeah, that shows you it's not easy. Potter has silver allergies, so he will fit right at spot, fit right in that spot. Potter may well shock you. So I remember everything you said about him. It's funny because Potter does not suit Tottenham. Okay, that's it, guys. Thank you so much to Feder. Thank you to Mikey Newm. Thank you to the Blue Ticket Game, JC, Michael M, who was Constantine Dante. Much love to you, brother. Kimso, much love. Eugene Nutty, much love. The Prince is here. Much love to you. Who else am I missing? Anybody else? Rahayu, my bro. Much love to you. To everyone that's found time to join the show. And DJ, my bro. Much love. And if I missed your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all. And bye.
Thanks, Coach. Thank you, Aurora.
More thanks to you, brother.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Aurora. See you next time, brother.
Bye.